Brigid's sacred flame. Dedication to the children who carry within them the glowing ember of hope, who brave the blizzards of doubt, and who, like Aoibh, find the strength to nurture the first blossoms of their dreams. This story, woven from threads of Celtic myth and the warmth of winter fires, is dedicated to you. May it ignite your imaginations, kindle your spirits, and remind you that even the longest winter yields to the radiant promise of spring. For within each of you resides a strength that can thaw the iciest heart and illuminate the darkest night. May your journeys be filled with wonder, your hearts with courage, and your lives with the radiant light of hope, as bright and enduring as the embers carried to Brigid's hearth. This is a tribute to the resilient spirit of childhood, a testament to the power of belief, and a celebration of the enduring magic found in the smallest spark of hope. May the whispers of spring always find you, guiding you through the frosted forests of life's challenges and leading you to the radiant warmth of your own inner light. May you always remember that even in the deepest winter, the promise of new life, of vibrant renewal, and of boundless joy remains, hidden within the very heart of the earth, waiting patiently to unfurl its beauty for all to see. And may this tale serve as a beacon, a guiding star on your journey, reminding you of the strength you possess, the magic you hold, and the hope that burns eternally within your soul. For you, dear readers, are the keepers of the flame, the guardians of the ember, the architects of your own bright futures, and the inheritors of the timeless magic that weaves its way through the tapestry of life. Remember, little ones, the power of hope is as vast as the winter sky and as enduring as the earth itself. Let this story be a reminder of the unwavering hope that lives within you, and may you always find your way to Brigid's hearth and to the warmth that waits there for you. Aoibh's preparation. Aoibh, a girl with eyes the color of melted snow and hair like a raven's midnight wings, knelt before the village elders. The great hall, usually warm with the laughter of children and the crackle of the hearth fire, felt strangely cold this evening. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of a grandfather clock in the corner, its pendulum a steady beat against the anxious whispers that rippled through the assembled villagers. Outside, the wind howled a mournful song, a chilling counterpoint to the somber gathering. Elder Rowan, his face etched with the wisdom of countless winters, spoke first, his voice a low rumble that resonated deep within Aoibh's chest. "The winter has been cruel, child," he said, his gaze settling on Aoibh's wide, apprehensive eyes. "Unusually harsh. The land lies frozen, its heart stilled by an unnatural cold. The crops have failed, the animals are weak, and hope is dwindling with each passing day." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of the village's despair. Aoibh's breath hitched in her throat. She had felt the chill in the air, seen the barrenness of the fields, heard the hushed anxieties of her parents, but hearing it articulated by the elders, the weight of the situation settled upon her young shoulders, a burden far heavier than any she had ever carried. "But there is still hope, Aoibh," Elder Willow, her voice softer but no less firm, interjected. Her wrinkled hands, gnarled like the ancient branches of the willow tree she was named after, rested gently on Aoibh's small ones. "Brigid, the radiant goddess, awaits your coming. She holds the flame that can thaw the frozen heart of the land, the flame that can rekindle the warmth within us all." Aoibh looked from Elder Rowan to Elder Willow, her confusion mingling with a burgeoning sense of responsibility. "Brigid, the goddess of hearth and home, of poetry and healing, was a figure woven into the very fabric of their lives, a comforting presence in their songs and stories. But Aoibh had never imagined she would play a part in a tale of such gravity. Elder Rowan produced a small, intricately carved wooden box. The wood, a deep, rich brown, seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the hall. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay embers, glowing with a vibrant, almost ethereal light. They pulsed gently, like a living heart beating faintly in the cold. "This box," Elder Rowan explained, his voice thick with reverence, "contains embers from Brigid's sacred forge. They hold the warmth of spring, the promise of new life. Your task, Aoibh, is to carry these embers through the treacherous, frosted forests to Brigid's hearth, high atop the sacred mountain. There, you will rekindle the great forge and awaken the land from its slumber." A wave of fear washed over Aoibh. The frosted forests were legendary, a place of whispering snowdrifts, mischievous sprites, and ancient guardians. But mixed with the fear, a spark of determination ignited within her. She would not fail her village. She would not let hope die. The elders helped Aoibh wrap herself in warm furs, layers upon layers of thick wool and soft leather, until she resembled a small, bundled up snow creature, her breath misting in the frigid air. She felt a thrill of nervous energy. This was no ordinary journey. It was a sacred pilgrimage, a journey laden with the hopes and dreams of an entire village. Elder Willow placed a protective charm around Aoive's neck, a small, intricately carved acorn imbued with ancient magic. "This charm will guide and protect you," she murmured, her voice laced with ancient incantations. "May Brigid's light shine upon your path, and may your heart remain strong." The other elders joined in, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus, chanting ancient words of protection and blessing. The rhythmic chanting filled the hall, a powerful wave of energy washing over Aoibh, bolstering her courage and filling her with a sense of purpose. She felt a warmth bloom within her, a warmth that had nothing to do with the physical cold, but everything to do with the spirit of her village and their faith in her. As Aoibh stepped out of the hall into the biting night, the wind whipped around her, a fierce guardian of the snow-covered forest. The snow fell thick and fast, blanketing the world in a sea of white. But Aoibh's heart, warmed by the elders' blessings and fueled by the glow of the embers in her box, felt strong and resolute. The weight of her responsibility was considerable, but it was tempered by the unwavering hope burning within her, a hope she carried not just in the small wooden box, but in her heart. The journey would be perilous, fraught with dangers she could scarcely imagine. But Aoibh, the girl with eyes like melted snow and hair like a raven's wings, was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Her mission was clear, her purpose unwavering: to carry the ember of hope across the frosted forests to the heart of Brigid's hearth. The fate of her village rested on her small, determined shoulders. The path ahead stretched before her, a long and winding trail through the heart of winter's kingdom, a path shrouded in snow and silence, a path illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from the sacred wooden box clutched tightly in her hands. The whispering snow fell softly around her, a constant reminder of the task that lay before her, a task as immense as the vast, snow-covered landscape that lay before her. But even amidst the chilling silence and the relentless snowfall, a small, steadfast flame flickered within her, the flame of hope, burning brightly against the icy grip of winter. And with this flame as her guide, Aoibh began her journey. The journey was long and arduous, far exceeding anything Aoibh had ever imagined. The frosted forest wasn't just a collection of trees, it was a living entity, breathing with the chilling wind and whispering secrets in the rustling of snow-laden branches. Each step was a test of endurance, each breath a battle against the biting cold that threatened to numb her limbs and extinguish the sacred flame. The weight of the wooden box, initially insignificant, grew heavier with every mile, mirroring the ever-growing burden of responsibility resting on her slender shoulders. But despite the hardships, Aoibh pressed on, her determination fueled by the image of her village, waiting anxiously for her return. The forest itself seemed to challenge her. Twisted, ancient trees, their branches heavy with snow, reached out like skeletal arms, attempting to snatch the box from her grasp. The wind howled around her, a banshee's wail, threatening to extinguish the precious embers. The snow, initially a beautiful blanket, turned into a relentless blizzard, blinding her with its fury, its icy fingers numbing her face and hands. Yet through it all, Aoibh persisted. She sheltered behind towering rocks, shielded the box with her body, and drew strength from the warmth of the glowing embers and the elder's words ringing in her memory. She encountered strange and wondrous creatures, playful snow sprites, small as her hand, darted among the trees, their laughter echoing through the snow-laden branches. One daring sprite even attempted to steal the box, its tiny claws reaching for the precious cargo. But Aoibh was quick, her reflexes honed by years spent playing in the village fields. She deftly dodged the sprite, her grip on the box tightening. Deep within the forest, shrouded in an almost supernatural stillness, she encountered the ancient forest guardians, beings formed from the very heartwood of the trees themselves. They were beings of immense age and power, their gnarled forms both imposing and strangely comforting. They tested Aoibh, questioning her resolve, probing the depths of her commitment. Their voices, like the rustling of ancient leaves, echoed through the silent forest. "Why do you undertake this perilous journey, little one?" One of the guardians, its voice a deep, resonant hum, inquired. Aoibh, though intimidated, did not falter. She spoke of her village, of the harsh winter, of the dwindling hope. She spoke of her commitment, her unwavering resolve to carry the embers to Brigid's hearth, to reignite the flame and awaken the land. The guardians listened, their ancient eyes observing her every movement. They recognized the strength of her spirit, the unwavering determination burning within her. Once satisfied, they bestowed upon Aoibh a small charm, a fallen acorn carved with ancient symbols and imbued with magic to protect her during her journey. The blizzard raged on for what felt like an eternity. Aoibh huddled under the shelter of a large snow-covered rock, the wind screaming around her like a vengeful spirit. The snow piled high, threatening to bury her alive. She felt the icy grip of despair creeping into her heart, but she remembered the elder's words, the unwavering faith of her village, the warmth of the glowing embers, and she pressed on. She clung to the hope that flickered within her, a tiny flame defying the raging storm. And as suddenly as it had begun, the blizzard subsided, leaving behind a world transformed by the silent beauty of a fresh snowfall. Journeys beginning. The journey began at dusk, the forest transforming into a hushed cathedral of snow-laden pines and frosted branches. The silence, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of Aoibh's boots on the crisp snow, was profound, a stark contrast to the warmth and bustle of her village. The air, frigid and clean, bit at her exposed cheeks. Despite the layers of furs that enveloped her, the setting sun, a molten orb sinking below the horizon, painted the snow in breathtaking hues of rose and amethyst, casting long, dramatic shadows that danced and stretched across the pristine landscape. The beauty was undeniable, but it held a subtle, inherent danger, a serene facade masking the potential perils that lurked within the frosted heart of the forest. Aoibh clutched the wooden box tightly, the faint warmth of the embers, a comforting presence against the encroaching cold. She walked with a deliberate pace, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, her ears alert to any unusual sounds. The path was barely visible, a faint indentation in the thick blanket of snow, often disappearing beneath the drifts, forcing her to forge her own way. The path was more of a suggestion, a whisper in the snow, than a clear trail. The forest was alive with a silent energy. The snow-laden branches of the ancient pines creaked and groaned under the weight of the snow. Their whispers carried on the gentle wind, a soft susurrus that seemed to weave tales of ancient magic and forgotten secrets. The air itself hummed with a low, resonant thrum, a vibration that resonated deep within Aoibh's chest, a constant reminder of the mystical nature of her surroundings. Then she saw them, small, fleeting figures, darting among the trees like flitting snowflakes. The snow sprites, they were mischievous creatures, their forms barely visible in the fading light, their laughter echoing like tiny bells through the silent woods. They seemed to materialize from the very snow itself, their movements fluid and ethereal, their bodies shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Some were the size of her thumb, others slightly larger, all playing amongst the snow-laden boughs, their tiny hands seemingly manipulating the drifting snowflakes, creating miniature snowstorms around themselves. Aoibh watched them for a moment, captivated by their playful antics. They were beautiful, a whimsical touch in this otherwise austere landscape. However, she knew their reputation. The elders had warned her about their capricious nature, their love of shiny objects, and their penchant for mischief. A shiver, not entirely from the cold, ran down her spine. One sprite, bolder than the rest, detached itself from the group and darted towards her, its tiny body moving with surprising speed. Aoibh barely had time to react as the sprite, its eyes bright and mischievous, lunged for the wooden box, its tiny claws, sharp as needles, reached for the lid, attempting to pry it open and steal the precious embers. Aoibh reacted instinctively, her hand shooting out to bat the sprite away. The little creature, surprised by her swift movement, let out a high-pitched squeak and tumbled backwards into the snow. It scurried away, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Aoibh breathless but relieved. Her grip on the box tightened. She would not lose these embers. Not now. The fate of her village rested upon them, and she would protect them with her life. The incident served as a harsh reminder of the ever-present dangers that surrounded her. The forest, though beautiful, was far from benign. The playful sprites were just a hint of the unseen forces that lurked beneath the surface, ready to challenge her, test her, and push her to her limits. The light continued to fade, and the air grew colder. The path ahead stretched into the deepening twilight, a ribbon of white against the darkening landscape. The snow, now illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon and stars, seemed to sparkle with a million tiny diamonds, a breathtaking sight, but also a potential hazard, as she had to tread carefully, lest she be trapped or misled by the tricks of the snow. Aoibh pressed onwards, her determination unshaken. The memory of her village, their faces etched with worry, and their hope resting on her shoulders, spurred her forward. She walked for hours, the rhythmic crunching of her boots against the snow, a constant companion, the faint warmth of the embers, a beacon in the deepening cold. The forest itself seemed to grow darker, the trees reaching out like skeletal arms, their snow-laden branches scraping against her furs, the wind whispering stories that sent a shiver down her spine. She passed through groves of ancient trees, their gnarled branches twisting into fantastical shapes, their forms cloaked in snow, seeming to silently observe her passage. The forest seemed to watch her, to test her, a silent sentinel guarding the path to Brigid's hearth. The snow, once pristine, now held the subtle indentations of many unseen creatures, a testimony to the hidden life that pulsed beneath the surface. She encountered strange and mysterious sounds, faint whispers in the wind that seemed to blend seamlessly with the natural sounds of the forest, yet held a sense of foreboding. She continued, her resolve strengthened by the growing conviction that this wasn't just a journey through a forest, but a pilgrimage through a world of myth and magic. The elder's words, the weight of her responsibility, the warmth of the embers, all coalesced into a powerful force, pushing her forward, fueling her resilience, and reassuring her that she would reach her destination, that she would succeed. The darkness deepened, the stars emerged, and Aoibh continued her solitary journey, her steps echoing in the still of the night towards the distant glow of Brigid's hearth. The path was long and perilous, but within her heart a small but mighty flame burned bright, the flame of hope, her unwavering determination, and the faith of her village. The whispering snow continued to fall, a quiet witness to her steadfast journey, meeting the forest guardians. The forest deepened, swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. Stars, sharp and brilliant, pricked the inky canvas above, their light reflecting off the undisturbed snow, transforming the landscape into a breathtaking yet unsettlingly silent spectacle. The air grew colder, a biting wind whistling through the skeletal branches of the ancient pines, carrying with it whispers that chilled Aoibh to the bone, whispers that were not of the wind alone. Suddenly, the trees themselves seemed to shift, their forms subtly altering, their shadows lengthening and twisting into unfamiliar shapes. The snow, undisturbed moments before, now swirled around colossal, gnarled figures emerging from the heart of the wood. They were the forest guardians, beings formed from the very essence of the trees, their bodies composed of bark and interwoven branches, their faces ancient and weathered, etched with the wisdom of centuries. Their forms were imposing, their size dwarfing Aoibh's small frame. Yet, despite their imposing stature, there was a profound sense of peace emanating from them, a calming aura that eased the fear that had begun to grip her heart. They were ancient, powerful, yet their presence was not one of aggression, but of silent contemplation, of watchful guardianship. One of the guardians, taller than the rest, its branches reaching towards the heavens, spoke, its voice a deep, resonant rumble that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Little one, it rumbled, you tread a path fraught with peril. Why do you venture so deep into the heart of the whispering woods? Aoibh, though awestruck, found a strength within herself. She held the box containing the embers close, her voice steady as she replied, I carry these embers to Brigid's hearth. The winter has gripped our village, and only Brigid's fire can thaw the frozen land and bring back the spring. The guardians exchanged glances, their branches rustling softly as if in silent conversation. Then the tallest guardian spoke again. The journey to Brigid's hearth is not for the faint of heart. The icy winds can freeze the very soul, and creatures of the deep snow lurk in the shadows, waiting to prey on those who are unprepared. Another guardian, its form twisted and ancient, its branches gnarled and reaching, chimed in, We have watched you, child. We have seen your bravery, your determination, but bravery alone is not enough. Do you truly understand the weight of your task? Aoibh looked at them, her heart pounding in her chest. The guardian's words were a test, a trial of her resolve. She did not falter. I understand, she said, her voice strong and clear. My village's hope rests upon me. I will not fail them. The guardians remained silent for a long moment, observing her, their ancient eyes seeming to penetrate her very being. The wind howled around them, a mournful symphony, the snow swirling around their imposing forms like a ghostly shroud. Then, the tallest guardian extended a branch, its tip adorned with a small, perfectly formed acorn. Take this, the guardian rumbled. It is a charm crafted from a fallen acorn, imbued with the ancient magic of the forest. It will serve as a shield against the dangers that lie ahead, a reminder of your purpose. Aoibh took the acorn, its surface smooth and cool against her fingers. She could feel a subtle hum, a faint energy radiating from within, a sense of protection and strength. It wasn't just an acorn, it was a symbol of their blessing, a testament to her unwavering spirit. The guardians then shared ancient stories and warnings about the dangers that lay on the path ahead. Stories of frost giants that guarded the passes, mischievous snow wolves that led travelers astray, and the chilling whispers of the wind that could steal the warmth from a traveler's heart. Each tale painted a grim picture of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, with each story, Aoibh's resolve only grew stronger, her determination fueled by the weight of her responsibility and the trust bestowed upon her by the ancient beings. They described the icy winds that howled relentlessly, winds that could pierce through the thickest furs, freeze the blood in one's veins, and even steal the very breath from one's lungs. They recounted tales of travelers who had succumbed to these ferocious blasts, lost in the blizzard's white fury, their hopes and dreams extinguished in the heart of the unforgiving wilderness. They warned of the creatures of the deep snow, creatures that were born from the very heart of the winter, beings of ice and shadow, creatures that hunted in packs and haunted the darkest corners of the snow-covered forest. They told of creatures who preyed on the weak, lured travelers to their doom with illusions of warmth and shelter, and then vanished without a trace, leaving behind only silence and a chilling emptiness. They spoke of the treacherous paths, often hidden beneath deceptive layers of snow, paths that could lead travelers astray into deep ravines and frozen bogs, places where even the strongest could perish. They recounted tales of travelers who had wandered lost for days, their bodies weakened by the cold, their minds clouded by despair, ultimately succumbing to the forest's deadly embrace. But amidst these chilling tales, the guardians also spoke of hope, of resilience, and of the unwavering power of the human spirit. They spoke of the warmth of the embers, of the unyielding flame of hope that burned within Aoibh's heart, and of the trust of her village that rested upon her shoulders. As the guardians concluded their warnings, the acorn in Aoibh's hand pulsed with a renewed intensity. It was a reminder not just of the dangers ahead, but also of the strength that resided within her, and the belief that she could overcome these obstacles. She thanked the forest guardians, their silent nod acknowledging her strength and determination. Before she continued her journey, the faint warmth of the embers and the protective charm, a powerful symbol of hope and resilience. The forest, once a source of fear, now held a newfound respect, a balance between awe and caution. With each step, The whispering snow seemed less menacing, more like a gentle guide, urging her forward on her sacred mission. The path to Brigid's hearth remained long and arduous, but Aoibh now walked it with newfound courage, carrying within her the ancient wisdom of the forest, the unwavering hope of her village, and the unwavering warmth of her own steadfast spirit. The night was long, but within her heart a beacon of hope burned brightly, guiding her towards the dawn and the promise of spring. The blizzard's fury, the whispers of the forest, once a comforting murmur, transformed into a howling shriek as the first flurries of snow began to fall. They weren't gentle flakes, dancing playfully on the wind. These were icy daggers, driven by a gale that snatched at Aoibh's cloak and threatened to tear it from her small frame. The snow thickened rapidly, transforming the familiar forest path into a swirling vortex of white, obscuring the ancient trees and swallowing the faint light of the stars. The air, already frigid, plummeted to a bone-chilling temperature. Aoibh's breath plumed out before her, instantly freezing into tiny ice crystals that clung to her eyelashes and obscured her vision. The wind, now a ferocious banshee, howled around her, a mournful cry that seemed to echo the despair of the frozen land. It whipped the snow into a blinding frenzy, creating a swirling maelstrom that threatened to engulf her completely. The embers, her precious cargo, felt suddenly insignificant, a tiny spark against the overwhelming power of the blizzard. Fear, cold and sharp as the icy wind, clawed at her, threatening to overwhelm her. She stumbled, her small legs struggling to maintain their footing on the treacherous, snow-covered ground. The wind buffeted her, pushing her relentlessly, trying to tear her from the path. The world around her dissolved into a chaotic whirl of white, a landscape of blinding snow and howling wind. She was lost, adrift in a sea of swirling white, utterly alone and vulnerable. The acorn, nestled safely in her pocket, offered little comfort against the unrelenting assault of the storm. The protective magic it held felt distant, almost insignificant against the raw, untamed power of nature's fury. She felt a chilling sense of isolation, a gnawing fear that threatened to extinguish the ember of hope within her. The whispered stories of the forest guardians echoed in her mind, their chilling warnings taking on a terrifying reality. Desperation threatened to overwhelm her. But then, through the swirling snow, she saw it. A large, snow-covered rock, jutting out from the swirling white, like a monstrous, frozen sentinel. It offered a small measure of protection, a fragile shield against the tempest's relentless onslaught. She struggled towards it, the wind tearing at her clothes, the snow blinding her eyes. It felt like an eternity before she reached its shelter, collapsing against its icy surface, gasping for breath, pulling herself closer. She huddled against the rock, its cold, unforgiving surface offering a surprising sense of solidity against the howling gale. She clutched the box of embers close to her chest, her small body shielding the precious flame from the blizzard's icy kiss. The warmth of the box, faint though it was, became a beacon in the heart of the storm, a lifeline against the encroaching cold. The elder's words echoed in her mind, a comforting mantra amidst the chaos. The embers are not just fire, child. They are the heart of hope, the promise of spring. Protect them with your life, for within them lies the salvation of your village. She repeated these words silently to herself, drawing strength from their wisdom, from the faith of her people, from the unwavering purpose that had driven her this far. The storm raged on, its fury unrelenting, its power awe-inspiring. The wind howled like a tormented beast, its icy breath attempting to penetrate her flimsy defenses, to steal the warmth from her bones and extinguish the fragile flame within the box. But Aoibh held firm. She pressed herself against the rock, her body a shield, her resolve unyielding. The embers, nestled within the wooden box, throbbed with a faint warmth, a tiny spark of defiance against the overwhelming power of the blizzard. The darkness pressed in from all sides, but the embers within her box remained her constant companion, a reminder of her mission. Hours bled into an eternity. The blizzard showed no sign of relenting, its relentless assault testing the limits of her endurance. Her fingers and toes were numb with cold, her body shivering uncontrollably, but her spirit remained unbroken. She thought of her village, their faces etched with hope and anxiety, their futures resting upon her shoulders. That image, that responsibility fueled her will, giving her strength to endure the storm's relentless assault. She imagined the faces of the elders, their wrinkled faces etched with wisdom and the weight of centuries of tradition. She heard their voices, their words of encouragement, their warnings of the perils that lay ahead. She recalled their stories of blizzards past, of fierce storms that had tested the resilience of their ancestors, and of their unwavering faith that spring would always return, no matter how harsh the winter. The image of Brigid, the radiant goddess, danced in her mind's eye, She envisioned the warmth of Brigid's hearth, the comforting glow of her sacred fire, the promise of renewal and rebirth. That vision, that hope sustained her, bolstering her strength and determination, helping her withstand the storm's relentless fury. The blizzard raged, but within her heart a flame burned brightly, fueled by her faith, her purpose, and the unwavering hope of her people. The wind howled, the snow swirled, but Aoibh remained steadfast, a tiny figure huddled against a large, snow-covered rock, her body shielding the embers, her spirit unwavering. She was a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a beacon of resilience in the heart of the storm, a living embodiment of hope against the overwhelming power of nature's fury. She would not falter, she would not yield, she would reach Brigid's hearth. The dawn, she knew, would come, and with it, the promise of spring. The blizzard raged, but within Aoibb's heart, the embers burned bright, a testament to the enduring power of hope in the face of adversity. The storm was a test, but Aoibh was prepared. She was ready, shelter and reflection. The wind, a relentless sculptor, had carved the snow into fantastical shapes, monstrous drifts that resembled slumbering giants, delicate curves that mirrored the flight of unseen birds. But through the swirling chaos, Aoibh spotted a break in the icy landscape, nestled amongst the snow-laden boughs of a giant oak, half hidden by a curtain of frozen waterfalls, was a hollowed-out tree trunk, its entrance partially obscured by a thick blanket of snow. It offered a semblance of shelter, a fragile haven from the storm's brutal embrace. With a renewed surge of determination, Aoibh fought her way through the drifts, the wind tearing at her cloak, the snow blinding her eyes. Each step was a victory, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Finally, she reached the tree, collapsing against its rough bark, gasping for breath, her body trembling from the cold. The hollow seemed surprisingly spacious, its interior softened by a thick layer of fallen leaves and pine needles, providing a surprisingly comfortable refuge. The wind still howled outside, its icy breath a constant reminder of the storm's fury. But within the tree's embrace, a sense of fragile calm settled over her. She carefully placed the box of embers on a bed of dried leaves, feeling the faint warmth radiating from the wood. The embers, though small, were a lifeline, a tiny spark of hope against the overwhelming darkness. She huddled close to the box, feeling the warmth seep into her chilled bones, thawing the icy grip of fear that had begun to take hold. The silence within the tree trunk was profound, a stark contrast to the howling blizzard raging outside. It was a sanctuary, a space for reflection, for the quiet contemplation of her journey and its profound significance. In the stillness, her thoughts drifted back to her village, to the faces of her loved ones, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and hope. She pictured her grandmother, her wrinkled face etched with the wisdom of generations, her hands calloused from years of tending the earth. She remembered her grandmother's stories, tales woven with threads of magic and mythology, stories that spoke of the enduring power of hope, of the cyclical nature of life, of the inevitable return of spring after the harshest winter. She recalled her grandmother's gentle touch, the warmth of her embrace, the comforting weight of her presence. Then her thoughts turned to her friends. Liam, with his infectious laughter and boundless energy, Aisling, with her gentle spirit and unwavering kindness, and Finn, the quiet observer, whose keen eyes missed nothing. She imagined them huddled together in the village, their hearts heavy with worry, their spirits yearning for the return of warmth and light. She visualized the anxious faces of the elders, the weight of their responsibility pressing heavily upon their shoulders, their unwavering faith in her mission sustaining them. The weight of their hope settled upon her, a responsibility that both humbled and empowered her. She understood now, with a clarity that transcended the fear and exhaustion, the true significance of her journey. It wasn't simply about carrying embers to Brigid's hearth. It was about carrying the hope of her entire village, the yearning for renewal and rebirth, the unwavering faith in the cyclical nature of life. She was not merely a messenger, she was the embodiment of their collective hope, a beacon of resilience against the storm's fury. The acorn, nestled safely in her pocket, seemed to throb with a faint warmth, its magic resonating with the embers in the box. She held it in her hand, feeling its smooth surface, its gentle weight, a source of comfort and reassurance. It was a reminder of the protective forces surrounding her, a symbol of the enduring connection between humanity and nature, between faith and hope. The snow continued to fall outside, a relentless cascade of white, but within the tree trunk, a different kind of snow was falling, a gentle snowfall of memories, of love, of hope. It was a snow that nourished her spirit, a gentle blanket that comforted her soul. The warmth of the embers, the gentle weight of the acorn, and the memories of her loved ones formed a shield against the storm's relentless assault. In this quiet sanctuary, nestled within the heart of a snow-laden forest, she found the strength to face the challenges ahead. The memories were like comforting friends, surrounding her, wrapping her in a protective cocoon of warmth. Each memory was a tiny ember, adding to the growing fire within her heart. The fear, which had threatened to extinguish her spirit, began to recede, replaced by a calm determination, a resolute spirit that was strengthened by the power of love and the unwavering belief in the promise of spring. The hours passed slowly, each moment a testament to her courage, her resilience, her unwavering faith. The storm raged outside, but within the tree trunk, a quiet transformation was taking place. The cold fear that had gripped her heart began to melt away, replaced by a growing sense of calm and determination. She was no longer just a young girl carrying embers through a blizzard. She was a warrior, a protector, a beacon of hope. When she finally emerged from the tree, the blizzard had slightly subsided, the wind less ferocious, the snow falling in lighter, gentler flakes. The world still appeared desolate, yet within Aoibh's heart, a new dawn had broken. The quiet contemplation in the tree's embrace had fortified her spirit, replenishing her resolve, her faith, and her determination. The embers, still burning brightly, felt warmer, brighter, mirroring the flame that now burned fiercely within her. She adjusted her cloak, took a deep breath of the crisp winter air, and stepped back into the snowy landscape, not with fear or trepidation, but with an unwavering resolve and a heart full of hope. The path ahead remained arduous, the challenges immense, but within her heart a sacred flame burned, promising the eventual arrival of spring. The journey would not be easy, but thanks to this brief shelter and the inner strength she rediscovered, Aoibh was ready. The whispering snow seemed less menacing now. It seemed to whisper encouragement, to whisper of the enduring power of hope. The journey continued, and Aoibh, stronger and more resolute than ever, continued along her path towards Brigid's hearth. Ascending the mountain, the path upward was a brutal test of endurance. No longer the relative shelter of the forest, the mountain exposed Aoibh to the full fury of the blizzard. The wind, a howling banshee, tore at her cloak, attempting to rip it from her grasp, while the snow, driven by merciless gusts, stung her face like 1,000 icy needles. Each step was a battle, her legs burning with fatigue, her lungs aching for breath. The ascent was relentless, an unending climb toward a summit that seemed forever out of reach. The dark, imposing bulk of the mountain loomed above her, a stark contrast to the pale, swirling snow that enveloped her. She felt utterly insignificant, a tiny speck against the vast, unforgiving landscape. Yet, with every aching breath, with every faltering step, a renewed resolve coursed through her. The memories of her village, the weight of their hopes resting upon her young shoulders, fueled her onward. She remembered her grandmother's words, the ancient tales of Brigid's power, stories whispered around crackling hearths, tales woven with threads of magic and unwavering hope. Brigid, the radiant goddess, the protector of hearth and home, the embodiment of warmth and light. She was Aoibh's guiding star in this icy wilderness. The landscape, once a dark and forbidding forest, now transformed into a stark, ethereal realm of snow and ice, towering peaks, sculpted by the relentless wind, jutted out from the swirling snow, their icy slopes shimmering under the faint, diffused light of the storm. The trees, once tall and proud, were now bent and broken, bowed low beneath the weight of the snow, their branches laden with icy crystals that glittered like 1,000,000 tiny diamonds. The air grew thinner, colder, as she climbed higher, each breath a conscious effort, a reminder of the altitude and the physical demands of the climb. Her breath plumed out before her, vanishing into the swirling white chaos. As Aoibh ascended, the silence between the howls of the wind became more profound, broken only by the crunch of her boots on the ice and the rhythmic beat of her own heart. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a testament to the power of the mountain, the vastness of the landscape, and the solitude of her journey. But it was a solitude that didn't frighten her. Rather, it fostered a sense of profound connection with the natural world. She felt a kinship with the wind, the snow, the ice. They were her companions on this challenging ascent, a silent testament to the enduring power of nature. She recalled a story her grandmother had told her, a tale of a shepherd who lost his flock in a blizzard, only to be guided to safety by the light of Brigid's hearth. Far up on the mountain, the story spoke of unwavering faith and the divine intervention that sustained those in desperate need. That story, alongside countless others, gave Aoibh a sense of comfort, of hope in the face of such adversity. Each step she took was a prayer, a testament to her unwavering faith in Brigid's protective grace. The climb was not just a physical challenge, it was a spiritual journey. With each labored breath, she felt herself shedding the weight of her anxieties, her fears, her doubts. The mountain stripped her bare, revealing the strength and resilience that resided within her very soul. It was a crucible that forged her spirit, transforming her from a frightened girl into a determined young woman, fueled by an unshakable belief in the power of hope and the enduring strength of the human spirit. As she neared the summit, the wind became even more ferocious, the snow even more blinding. But now, Aoibh felt a strange sense of exhilaration, a surge of energy that propelled her forward. She could almost feel the warmth radiating from Brigid's hearth, drawing her closer, encouraging her onward. The image of Brigid, radiant and comforting, filled her mind, inspiring her to persevere, to reach her destination, to fulfill her sacred mission. The final ascent was the most challenging. The ice was slick, the slope treacherous. Several times she stumbled, her heart pounding in her chest, fear momentarily eclipsing her determination. But each time she pulled herself back up, her resolve strengthened by the memories of her village, the faces of her loved ones, their hopes and dreams riding on her success. She closed her eyes, whispered a prayer to Brigid, and continued her climb. Then, at last, she reached the summit. The wind howled fiercely, but it didn't matter. Before her, bathed in the ethereal glow of the storm, stood Brigid's hearth, a magnificent structure of carved stone, a beacon of light and warmth in the heart of the blizzard. A fire blazed within its heart, casting a warm, inviting glow that cut through the icy darkness. The hearth stood as a symbol of hope, a promise of spring's imminent arrival, a testament to the enduring power of faith and resilience. Aoibh's journey had been arduous, a test of her physical and spiritual strength, but she had persevered. She had ascended the mountain, not just physically, but metaphorically as well. She had confronted her fears, conquered her doubts, and emerged stronger, more resolute, her spirit unbowed by the challenges she had faced. And as she approached Brigid's hearth, she carried with her not only the embers of hope, but also the radiant flame of her own unwavering spirit, a flame that would illuminate the darkness and usher in the warmth of a new beginning. The mountain stood as a silent witness to her journey, its icy slopes gleaming under the pale light of the storm, a testament to her courage, her faith, and her unwavering dedication to the promise of spring. Her heart, filled with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration, pounded in her chest, mirroring the rhythm of the powerful, life-giving fire that burned brightly before her, a beacon in the blizzard approaching the shrine. The wind, which had assaulted her with unrelenting fury throughout her ascent, seemed to shift its tune as she drew closer to the shrine. It no longer howled with a voice of malice, but whispered, a low, almost melodic sigh that seemed to caress her face. The icy air still bit at her exposed skin, but it lacked the viciousness that had characterized its earlier attacks. It felt welcoming, as if the mountain itself breathed a sigh of relief at her arrival. The shrine itself was a marvel of understated grandeur, no towering edifice of stone and mortar. It was a structure of remarkable simplicity, a testament to the enduring power of nature's artistry. It was built of gray stone, the color of the winter sky, its surfaces adorned with intricate carvings that spoke of ages past. These were not mere decorations, but ancient symbols, etched with a precision that spoke of deep reverence and skill. They seemed to shimmer faintly in the diffuse light of the blizzard, their meaning hidden, yet somehow felt deep within Aoibh's soul. She recognized some, the spirals of eternal life, the interwoven knots representing resilience, the swirling patterns that spoke of the cyclical nature of the seasons. Others remained enigmatic, their secrets guarded by the passage of time. The hearth itself, nestled within the heart of the shrine, was a spectacle of vibrant life amidst the frozen landscape. A robust column of smoke, thick and gray, rose from its chimney, a testament to the powerful fire burning within. Even from a distance, Aoibh could feel the radiant warmth emanating from it, a beacon in the heart of the blizzard, a promise of sanctuary and solace. The smoke, unlike the biting wind and swirling snow, felt comforting, familiar, a reminder of hearths and homes, of warmth and safety. It smelt of wood smoke and something else, something subtly sweet and earthy, a scent Aoibh couldn't quite place, yet found deeply reassuring. As she approached, The carvings on the shrine seemed to come alive, their intricate details sharpening in the swirling snow. She noticed the careful craftsmanship, the smooth, polished surfaces of the stone, the way the light played upon the carvings, creating an almost ethereal glow. It was as if the shrine itself pulsed with an energy, a silent hum that resonated deep within her being. The air crackled with an almost palpable energy, a sense of ancient power and serenity that calmed her weary spirit. The path leading to the hearth was not a grand walkway, but a natural one, carved by the passage of time and the elements. The stones were smooth and worn, polished by the wind and snow, and each step Aoibh took felt like a pilgrimage, a slow, deliberate journey towards the heart of a sacred place. Her boots crunched softly on the snow-covered ground, the sound a quiet counterpoint to the whispers of the wind. She moved with a newfound grace, her body guided by an unseen force, an instinct that led her directly to the warmth awaiting her. As she finally reached the hearth, a wave of intense warmth washed over her, melting away the layers of ice that had formed on her clothing. The fire within the hearth was a magnificent sight, a roaring blaze that crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows on the walls of the shrine. The flames were not merely orange and yellow, but seemed to shift and change, incorporating shades of deep red and vibrant gold, as if infused with magical energy. The heat was intense, yet it felt comforting, not harsh or overwhelming. It was a warmth that seemed to penetrate her very being, rejuvenating her exhausted body and spirit. The stones surrounding the hearth were warm to the touch, radiating a gentle heat that spread through her. She could feel the energy of the fire pulsing through the stone, a life force that connected her to the earth, to the mountain, to the ancient spirit of Brigid. It was a tangible connection, a feeling of profound communion with the divine. Sitting by the hearth felt like sitting at the heart of the world, a place where the mortal and the divine intersected. Above the hearth, smoke swirled and danced in the air, creating ethereal shapes that shifted and changed with the wind. The smell of wood smoke was strong, but interwoven with the subtle sweetness she'd noticed from afar, the scent of wildflowers, of spring, a fragrance that seemed utterly out of place in this frozen wilderness. It hinted at the power that lay within the hearth, the transformative power of Brigid's fire. Aoibh knelt by the hearth, the glowing embers reflecting in her wide, exhausted eyes, the fire's warmth enveloped her, melting the icy grip of the blizzard. It was not merely physical warmth. It was a warmth that seeped into her very soul, soothing her aching muscles and calming her racing heart. In the fire's heart, she saw not just flames, but a reflection of the inner fire that burned within her own spirit, a flame that had been tested, tried, and emerged stronger than ever before. She looked around the shrine, marveling at the delicate carvings, the intricate details, each one telling a story of ancient magic and wisdom. She felt a profound sense of peace, a feeling of being utterly safe and protected within this sacred space. The mountain, which had seemed so formidable a short while ago, now felt like a guardian, sheltering her from the harshness of the world outside. The blizzard raged on outside, but here, within the sanctuary of Brigid's shrine, a timeless peace reigned. Aoibh felt a profound sense of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the journey that had brought her here, for the strength she had found within herself, and for the warmth and solace she now found in this magical place. It was a sanctuary, not just from the elements, but from the anxieties and doubts that had plagued her heart. Here, amidst the crackling fire and ancient symbols, she felt a sense of unity, a connection to something larger than herself, to the ancient earth, to the divine power of Brigid, and to the enduring flame of hope that burned within her soul. It was a moment of profound spiritual renewal, a moment that would shape her life forever. The journey had been hard, the challenge immense, but the reward, the peace she found at Brigid's hearth, was beyond measure. It was a reward worth more than all the gold in the world. It was a treasure that would last a lifetime. The great forge, the air shimmered with heat as Aoibh approached the hearth. The crackling of the flames, a counterpoint to the howling wind still clawing at the edges of the shrine. It wasn't merely a hearth, it was a forge, a magnificent, colossal structure of ancient, dark stone, impossibly large within the confines of the shrine. Flames, taller than Aoibh herself, leaped and danced within, their light painting the interior of the forge in shades of molten gold and fiery orange. The heat radiated outwards in waves, a tangible presence that pushed against her like a gentle hand. The flames themselves were unlike anything Aoibh had ever witnessed. They weren't simply the product of burning wood. They pulsed with an inner light, a vibrant, almost ethereal energy that seemed to hum with unseen power. Swirls of amethyst and emerald occasionally flickered through the orange and gold, hinting at a magic far beyond the comprehension of mortal minds. The smoke rising from the forge was not the gray, acrid smoke of ordinary fires, but a swirling, iridescent column, shifting and changing in color like a living thing. It smelled not just of wood smoke, but of 1,000 wildflowers, of rain-soaked earth, and of a subtle, heady sweetness that filled Aoibh with a profound sense of wonder. With trembling hands, Aoibh approached the forge, her heart thundering a rhythm of awe and apprehension. She held the small, precious ember box close, its warmth a comforting contrast to the intense heat emanating from the magnificent fire. The stones beneath her feet were scorching hot, radiating a fierce energy that seemed to pulse in time with the flames. She carefully placed the ember box on a specially carved stone dais near the edge of the forge, the act feeling both significant and somehow inevitable. As she set down the box, a figure emerged from the heart of the fire's glow. It wasn't a sudden appearance, but a slow, gradual revelation, as if the flames themselves parted to reveal the goddess Brigid. She stood tall and radiant, her form as fluid and captivating as the flames themselves. Her hair, a cascade of spun gold, flowed around her like liquid sunlight, and her eyes, the color of the winter sky just before dawn, held an ancient wisdom that transcended time. Brigid was not the fearsome, untouchable goddess of Aoibb's imagination. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but with a kindness that radiated from her like the forge's warmth. There was a gentleness in her smile, a serene strength in her posture that filled Aoibh with a sense of peace and security. Her presence was overwhelmingly powerful, yet strangely comforting, like the warmth of a familiar hearth on the coldest night. She was clothed in a flowing gown of woven moonlight, shimmering with an ethereal luminescence that seemed to draw its light from the forge itself. Her hands, slender and elegant, were adorned with simple silver rings, each ring bearing a symbol of ancient power. The triple spiral, the endless knot, the sacred tree. She moved with a grace that defied gravity, her every step fluid and effortless, as if she were one with the flames that surrounded her. Brigid approached Aoibh, her footsteps making no sound on the hot stones. Her voice, when she spoke, was like the gentle chime of wind chimes, in a summer breeze, soft, clear, and filled with an ancient wisdom that resonated deep within Aoibh's soul. "You have journeyed far, little one," she said, her voice echoing slightly within the cavernous forge. "And you have carried within you a precious flame, a symbol of hope that has endured through the harshest winter." Aoibh, speechless with awe and reverence, simply nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. She couldn't find the words to express the gratitude that welled up within her. The journey had been arduous, the blizzard relentless, but in the face of Brigid's radiant presence, all her weariness seemed to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of peace. Brigid smiled, and her smile was as warm and comforting as the hearth's glow. "The ember you carry is more than just a spark of fire," she continued, her voice echoing softly in the magnificent space. "It is a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest winter, the promise of spring endures. It is the flame of resilience, the heart of courage, and the spirit of perseverance." Brigid gestured towards the forge, the flames responding to her movements with a subtle shift in color and intensity. "This forge," she explained, her voice taking on a mystical quality, "is not just a place of creation, but a reflection of the inner fire that burns within each of us. It is a crucible where dreams are forged, where hopes are tempered, and where courage is strengthened." She pointed to the swirling, iridescent smoke rising from the forge. "See how the smoke dances and shifts? It represents the ever-changing nature of life, the ebb and flow of fortune, the cycles of growth and decay. Yet, even as the smoke transforms, the fire within remains constant, a source of enduring strength and warmth." Brigid then knelt beside Aoibh, her eyes reflecting the warm light of the forge. She gently took Aoibh's hand, her touch surprisingly strong yet comforting. "The ember you carry represents the inner flame within you, the spark of hope that sustains you through darkness. Nurture it, little one. Tend it carefully. Let it burn brightly, for it is the light that will guide you through all the trials that lie ahead." Brigid's words resonated with Aoibh, sinking deep into her heart. She understood now. The journey hadn't just been about carrying an ember. It had been about discovering the ember within herself, the resilience that had carried her through the harsh winter, the unwavering hope that had driven her to reach Brigid's heart. Brigid then began to sing, a song that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forge. It was a hymn to the flame, a song of life, death, and rebirth, a melody that resonated with the ancient heart of the earth. The words were in an archaic tongue, yet Aoibh understood them perfectly, her heart resonating with their profound meaning. The song spoke of the eternal cycle of nature, of the power of hope in the face of adversity, and of the importance of nurturing the inner flame. As Brigid sang, the flames within the forge responded, their colors shifting and swirling in time with the music. The heat intensified, yet it was not oppressive. It was a comforting warmth that seemed to penetrate Aoibh's very being, filling her with a sense of peace and rejuvenation. The song was a powerful incantation, a blessing, a promise of the coming spring. When the song ended, the air within the forge seemed to vibrate with energy. The flames settled, their intensity softened, yet their light still burned brightly. Brigid smiled at Aoibh, her eyes filled with a gentle wisdom. "Carry this warmth with you, little one," she said, her voice soft yet powerful. "Let it guide you, protect you, and strengthen you, for within you burns a flame as bright and powerful as this one." Aoibh stood, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound understanding. She no longer felt like a girl carrying a simple ember. She felt like a beacon of hope, carrying the warmth and power of Brigid's fire within her own soul. The journey had changed her, strengthened her, revealed a strength and resilience she hadn't known she possessed. The blizzard still raged outside, but within Aoibh, spring had already arrived. She knew she would never forget her journey to Brigid's hearth, nor the invaluable gift of hope and inner strength the goddess had bestowed upon her. The memory would be a warmth that lingered long after the snow had melted. The memory would serve as a beacon, reminding her that within herself always burned the sacred fire of resilience. Her journey home was no longer a trek through a brutal, unforgiving landscape, but a pilgrimage of self-discovery, a pathway paved by the powerful, life-affirming energy she carried within, igniting the flame. Aoibh's hands, still trembling slightly from the weight of her journey and the immensity of Brigid's presence, reached for the small, intricately carved wooden box. It felt lighter now, somehow, as if the burden of responsibility had eased, replaced by a quiet confidence that bloomed within her chest like a crocus pushing through thawing earth. She carefully lifted the lid. The scent of wood smoke and something else, something ancient and sweetly floral, wafting upwards. Inside, nestled amongst fragrant cedar shavings, glowed the embers. They were still alight, tiny pinpricks of fiery defiance against the encroaching cold, a testament to her unwavering determination and the unwavering protection of the spirits that guided her. The embers pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, each flicker a tiny heartbeat, mirroring the rapid thump, thump, thump of Aoibh's own heart. They weren't merely embers. They were tiny suns, miniature versions of the colossal flames that roared within Brigid's forge. They seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a vibrant life force that resonated with the very air around them. Brigid watched her, a serene smile playing on her lips. Her gaze held a depth of understanding that transcended words, a silent acknowledgement of Aoibh's courage and the significance of this moment. The goddess's silence wasn't empty. It was filled with an ancient wisdom that settled over Aoibh like a comforting blanket, with a deep breath that steadied her nerves. Aoibh carefully lifted the embers from the box. They felt surprisingly warm, almost impossibly so for something so small. She held them gently, cradling them in her cupped hands, as if they were the most precious jewels in the world. The heat radiating from them was tangible, a comforting warmth that chased away the last vestiges of her cold and weariness. Brigid gestured towards a small, raised platform of polished black stone, positioned strategically near the heart of the forge. The stone was warm to the touch, almost unbearably so, yet it held a strange, otherworldly smoothness, radiating a gentle energy that calmed Aoibh's apprehension. Following Brigid's silent instruction, Aoibh carefully placed the glowing embers onto the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. The embers lay nestled amongst the heat, seemingly insignificant against the backdrop of the colossal fire. Then, as if triggered by an unseen force, a magical transformation occurred. The embers didn't simply merge with the existing flames. Instead, they exploded outwards in a breathtaking display of celestial pyrotechnics. Thousands upon thousands of sparks erupted, shooting upwards in dazzling arcs of light, painting the night sky in vibrant hues of amethyst, emerald, sapphire, and gold. The sparks were unlike any Aoibh had ever seen. They danced and twirled with an impossible grace, weaving intricate patterns against the inky blackness of the night sky, illuminating the snowy landscape in a spectacular, ever-shifting kaleidoscope of colors. The air crackled with unseen energy, the silence of the night shattered by the joyous symphony of magical sparks. The sounds were not harsh or loud, but rather resonant, almost musical, a magical chorus celebrating the rekindling of the sacred flame. The scene was utterly enchanting, both beautiful and awe-inspiring, a spectacle of light and warmth that chased away the last lingering vestiges of winter's chill. The sight was so breathtaking that Aoibh gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. She had never witnessed anything like it. A magical ballet of light and fire that seemed to transcend the boundaries of the physical world. It felt as if the very stars themselves had descended to earth, scattering their celestial fire across the snowy landscape. Brigid smiled, her eyes sparkling with amusement and pride. "The flame of hope, little one," she whispered, her voice blending seamlessly with the crackling of the magical energy, "is not easily extinguished." The sparks continued their celestial dance for what felt like an eternity, gradually diminishing in intensity, yet leaving a shimmering trail of warmth and magical residue in their wake. As the last spark faded, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere. The intense heat of the forge seemed to soften, becoming a gentle, comforting warmth. The wind, which had howled relentlessly outside, seemed to calm, replaced by a gentle hush, as if nature itself were holding its breath in awe of the spectacle. The air itself seemed charged, crackling with a subtle energy, a magical hum that vibrated in Aoibh's very bones. The snow outside, once a stark, unforgiving landscape, began to shimmer. Tiny droplets of water appeared, clinging to the branches of the nearby trees, reflecting the warm glow of the forge in countless miniature mirrors. The air smelled not just of wood smoke and wildflowers, but of something else entirely. The promise of spring, the heady sweetness of thawing earth, and the subtle scent of renewal. Brigid reached out, her hand brushing against Aoibh's cheek. Her touch was cool, yet strangely invigorating, like the first touch of spring rain on sun-baked earth. "The flame you carried was not merely a spark of fire, child," Brigid said softly, her voice filled with an ancient wisdom that resonated deep within Aoibh's soul. "It was a symbol of your courage, your resilience, your unwavering hope. It was the ember of your own spirit, brought to life by your journey. She paused, gazing into Aoibh's eyes, her own eyes reflecting the still glowing embers of the forge. Now tend to that flame within, child. Let it burn brightly, for it is the light that will guide you through all the darkness that awaits. The goddess then turned her attention to the forge itself. The flames, no longer wild and untamed, burned with a steady, comforting glow. They were still powerful, but their intensity was tempered, their energy calm and peaceful. Brigid's actions were subtle, but profound. She adjusted the airflow, added a handful of sacred herbs to the fire, and murmured an ancient incantation, her voice a gentle hum that resonated with the heart of the forge. The subtle changes were imperceptible to Aoibh at first, but she felt them nonetheless. A shift in the very fabric of the forge, a calming, centering of its energy. The warmth radiated from the forge was unlike anything Aoibh had felt before. It wasn't just heat, it was energy, a life force that pulsed through her veins, filling her with a sense of vitality and well-being that surpassed any physical comfort. She felt cleansed, renewed, re-energized. The weariness of her journey was utterly gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and purpose. She understood now, with a clarity that surprised even her, that the journey to Brigid's hearth had not been merely a physical undertaking. It was a journey of self-discovery, a pilgrimage that had unearthed a strength and resilience she never knew she possessed. As she stood there, basking in the warmth of the forge and the goddess's blessing, Aoibh realized that the real magic wasn't just in the spectacular display of sparks or the thawing landscape. It was in the inner flame she now carried within her, a flame that Brigid had helped her ignite and nurture. It was the fire of hope, the ember of resilience, the spirit of perseverance, a flame that would burn brightly within her, guiding her through all the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. The memory of this night, of Brigid's warmth, her wisdom, and the breathtaking display of magical sparks would forever remain etched in her heart, a comforting reminder of the boundless strength and resilience residing within her own soul. And as she began her journey home, under a sky now sparkling with 1,000 shimmering stars, Aoibh knew with unwavering certainty that spring had indeed arrived. Brigid's blessing. Brigid's smile deepened, a radiant warmth that seemed to melt the lingering frost from Aoibh's heart. Her eyes, the color of a winter sky just before dawn, held a depth of ancient wisdom that transcended words. She raised her hands, slender and elegant, towards the forge, and a low, resonant hum filled the air. It wasn't a sound so much as a feeling, a vibration that resonated within Aoibh's very bones, a symphony of ancient power. Then she began to sing. Her voice was unlike any Aoibh had ever heard. It wasn't merely a sound, it was a weaving of magic, a tapestry of sound and energy that resonated with the very heart of the forge. It was a language older than time, a hymn to the life-giving power of the flame, a song that spoke of renewal, rebirth, and the eternal cycle of nature. Each note was a tiny spark, igniting a flicker of hope in Aoibh's soul, chasing away the shadows of doubt and fear. The words were ancient, lost to the modern tongue, but their meaning was clear, a celebration of the sun's return, a prayer for the thawing of the earth, a blessing for the awakening of life. As Brigid sang, the flames within the forge responded, growing brighter, bolder, their intensity increasing with each note of her powerful song. The heat radiating from them intensified, no longer a gentle warmth, but a vibrant, life-giving energy that pulsed outwards, touching everything it reached. The snow outside, which had seemed so permanent, so implacable, just moments before, began to melt. Tiny rivulets of water snaked their way down the surrounding hills, reflecting the dancing flames in countless miniature mirrors. The icy grip of winter began to loosen its hold, yielding to the life-giving warmth radiating from the forge. The air itself seemed to shimmer, as if filled with countless tiny motes of light, dancing in the warmth. The sound of dripping water mingled with Brigid's song, creating a magical symphony of renewal. Aoibh could feel the earth beneath her feet awakening, responding to the song, to the warmth. Dormant seeds buried deep within the frozen ground stirred, sensing the promise of spring. The air filled with the subtle scent of thawing earth, a heady perfume of life reborn, mingling with the wood smoke and the sweet floral fragrance from Brigid's herbs. As the hymn reached its crescendo, a breathtaking transformation occurred. The flames within the forge pulsed with an almost unbearable intensity, their light illuminating the entire cavern in a dazzling display of fiery beauty. The heat became almost tangible, a wave of warmth that washed over Aoibh, filling her with a sense of well-being she had never experienced before. It wasn't just physical warmth, it was a warmth that penetrated her soul, restoring her spirit and replenishing her energy. When the song ended, a profound silence descended, broken only by the gentle crackling of the flames. Brigid turned to Aoibh, her eyes shining with a gentle light. She reached out, her hand resting lightly on Aoibh's shoulder. The touch was not merely physical, it was a transference of energy, a blessing that flowed from the goddess to the young girl. The ember of hope, little one, Brigid whispered, her voice soft yet resonant, is the most powerful magic of all. She looked into Aoibh's eyes, imparting a wisdom that resonated deep within her soul. It is the flame that burns within each of us, the spark of resilience that allows us to overcome adversity, to endure hardship, and to find our way through the darkest of nights. Brigid continued, her voice a soothing balm. Nurture that ember, child. Feed it with kindness, courage, and unwavering belief in yourself and the power of your spirit. Share its warmth with others, for its light can illuminate even the darkest corners of their hearts. She paused, her gaze lingering on Aoibh. It is not enough to merely carry the flame. You must learn to tend it, to protect it, to let it burn brightly within you, so that its light may guide you and all those around you. Aoibh felt a profound sense of understanding. The journey hadn't merely been about carrying the embers to Brigid's hearth. It was about discovering the flame within herself. It was about acknowledging her own strength, her own resilience, her own unwavering hope. The physical journey had been a metaphor for the internal journey of self-discovery, a pilgrimage of the soul. Brigid smiled, a knowing smile that held both encouragement and reassurance. The world needs your light, little one. Let it shine brightly. Aoibh felt a surge of gratitude, a deep sense of connection with the goddess and with the ancient magic that permeated the world. She nodded, understanding resonating deep within her heart. She knew with unwavering certainty that she would carry the ember of hope within her always, nurturing it, sharing its warmth, letting its light guide her through whatever darkness might lie ahead. The warmth of the forge, the magic of Brigid's song, and the wisdom imparted in her blessing would forever be etched in Aoibh's memory, a constant reminder of the power of hope, resilience, and the enduring magic that lies within the human spirit. The journey back home felt different, lighter, infused with a newfound confidence and a deep sense of purpose. The stars seemed to twinkle with a renewed brilliance, the snowy landscape reflecting the inner radiance that now glowed within her heart. Spring was indeed arriving, not just in the thawing landscape, but in Aoib's soul. The world outside might still be cold, but within her heart a radiant warmth bloomed, a warmth that promised the blossoming of hope and the enduring power of the human spirit. And as she walked, she felt the rhythm of her own heartbeat echoing the rhythmic pulse of the flame within, a constant reminder of the ember of hope she carried, a beacon to guide her way through all the trials and triumphs that life would inevitably bring. The thawing land, the path down the mountain, was initially treacherous, the melting snow making the footing uncertain. But with each step, Aoibh felt a lightness in her heart, a buoyancy that mirrored the thawing earth itself. The radiant warmth from Brigid's forge seemed to linger in the air, a subtle yet powerful force that eased her descent. The lingering scent of wood smoke and Brigid's potent herbs clung to her furs, a comforting aroma that spoke of ancient magic and enduring hope. As she descended further, the transformation became more apparent. The blanket of snow, once so pristine and unwavering, now showed patches of exposed earth, dark and rich, eager to embrace the promise of spring. Tiny rivulets of meltwater, initially shy trickles, grew bolder, carving paths through the thawing landscape, their murmuring a gentle chorus accompanying Aoib's footsteps. These miniature streams reflected the sky, creating a myriad of shimmering, celestial mirrors that danced in the light. The air, once crisp and biting, softened with each passing moment. A gentle breeze, fragrant with the scent of thawing snow and damp earth, caressed Aoib's face. It was a scent unique to spring's awakening, a heady mixture of clean freshness and the subtle perfume of the earth, newly awakened from its long winter slumber. It was a fragrance that spoke of life's renewal, of the powerful cycle of death and rebirth that governed the natural world. And then she saw them, the first blossoms. They were shy, hesitant at first, peeking through the melting snow like tiny, hopeful eyes. They were crocuses, their vibrant purple and yellow hues a joyful splash of color against the muted tones of the thawing landscape. They weren't numerous, just a few brave souls daring to emerge from the earth's embrace, but their presence was overwhelming in its significance. They were harbingers of spring, a testament to nature's resilience, a visible manifestation of the hope that resided within the very heart of the earth. Each delicate bloom seemed to radiate a quiet joy, a silent celebration of life's enduring power. They were a testament to the enduring cycle of nature, a reminder that even in the depths of winter, the promise of spring always remained. Aoibh knelt beside them, her heart swelling with a mixture of wonder and awe. She gently touched one of the crocus petals, feeling its delicate texture and its vibrant energy. It was a communion with nature, a silent acknowledgement of the ancient magic that permeated the world. As she continued her descent, more blossoms appeared, snowdrops, their tiny white bells delicately nodding in the gentle breeze, delicate primroses, their cheerful yellow faces brightening the landscape, and the first shy violets, their deep purple hues hinting at the richer colors to come. Each bloom was a tiny miracle, a beacon of hope amidst the thawing landscape, a symbol of the enduring power of life to overcome adversity. The transformation was not sudden or dramatic. It was a gradual, almost imperceptible process, a slow unfurling of nature's beauty. The melting snow revealed patches of vibrant green moss, clinging tenaciously to the rocky outcrops. The trees, still largely bare, showed hints of swelling buds, promising the lush foliage of summer. The air buzzed with the faint hum of returning insects, their presence a testament to the renewed vitality of the land. The sounds of the thawing land were equally remarkable. The gentle murmur of the melting snow was joined by the chirping of birds, their melodies weaving a joyful symphony of spring's arrival. The distant sounds of rushing water grew louder as the meltwater flowed down the mountainside, feeding the streams and rivers below. The landscape was awakening, coming alive with a vibrant energy that filled Aoibh with a sense of profound joy. The sun, now higher in the sky, cast a golden glow upon the landscape, highlighting the intricate details of the awakening world. The light seemed to dance upon the melting snow, creating an ethereal beauty that was both breathtaking and inspiring. It was as if the land itself was rejoicing in its liberation from winter's icy grip, celebrating the return of warmth and light. As Aoibh continued her journey, she encountered patches of wildflowers bravely pushing through the thawing earth, delicate anemones, their fragile petals swaying gently in the breeze, cheerful buttercups, their sunny yellow faces brightening the landscape, and tiny bluebells, their delicate bells ringing a sweet melody of spring's arrival. The air was filled with their sweet fragrance, a fragrant invitation to embrace the warmth and joy of the new season. The transformation was not confined to the flora. The animals, too, were showing signs of awakening. Squirrels scampered through the branches of the trees, their chattering a joyful chorus of spring's arrival. Birds sang their mating songs, their melodic calls echoing through the thawing forest. Even the shyest creatures seemed to emerge from their winter hiding places, their renewed energy palpable in the revitalized air. Aoibh paused at the edge of a small woodland clearing, captivated by the sight of a family of rabbits emerging from their burrow, their fluffy tails twitching with excitement. The young rabbits tumbled and played amidst the melting snow, their carefree energy a joyful reminder of the boundless wonder of life's renewal. The journey home was not simply a return to her village. It was a passage through a land reborn, a world transformed by the magic of Brigid's forge and the warmth of the ember Aoibh carried within her heart. It was a journey that solidified her understanding of the cycle of life, the constant ebb and flow of nature's energies. The thawing land was a mirror reflecting the blossoming hope within her, a testament to her own resilience and the power of the human spirit to endure, to adapt, and to find joy even amidst hardship. She arrived home not just with the physical embers, but with a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it, an understanding woven into the very fabric of her being, as inseparable as the earth and the sky, the roots and the blossoms of the freshly awakened land. The world might still hold challenges, but Aoibh knew with unwavering certainty that the ember of hope would always burn brightly within her, illuminating her path and guiding her through whatever the future might bring. Encountering animals. The air, now soft and fragrant with the burgeoning life of spring, hummed with a new vibrancy. It wasn't just the bird song, louder now, a chorus of trills and chirps, echoing through the thawing woods, but a deeper resonance, a palpable sense of awakening that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. And as Aoibh walked, she began to notice the subtle shift in the animal kingdom, a stirring from the long winter's rest. A flash of brown fur darted across her path, a glimpse of a squirrel, its bushy tail twitching with restless energy. It paused, perched on a branch, its bright eyes gleaming with curiosity before scampering upwards, disappearing into the burgeoning buds of a newly awakened oak. Its quick movements, sharp and precise, seemed to mirror the quickening pace of spring itself. Aoibh smiled. The little creature's vitality mirrored her own burgeoning hope. Further along, she spotted a family of rabbits. They weren't the shy, hesitant creatures she remembered from colder months. These were rabbits, full of exuberant energy, their fluffy white tails bouncing rhythmically, As they hopped and played amidst the melting snow, 3 young kits tumbled over each other, their playful antics a testament to the boundless joy of life renewed. Their mother watched over them with a gentle, watchful eye, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the thawing earth. Aoibh felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she watched their carefree game. It was a scene of pure, unadulterated happiness, a perfect embodiment of spring's rejuvenating power. The rabbits, usually cautious and elusive, seemed almost unafraid of her presence, their innocent trust a touching reflection of the peace that had settled over the land. As she rounded a bend in the path, a lone fox emerged from the shadows. It was a magnificent creature, its reddish-brown fur gleaming in the sunlight, its sharp features accentuated by the brilliant light. Unlike the rabbits, this fox observed her with a certain detached curiosity, its keen eyes assessing her from a distance. It didn't flee, nor did it approach. It simply stood there, a silent observer of the changing landscape, its very stillness a testament to the profound transformation taking place. Aoibh felt a strange connection with the creature, a sense of shared understanding, an unspoken acknowledgement of the delicate balance between the wild and the human world. The fox's presence was a potent reminder of the inherent wildness that underlay the beauty of the burgeoning spring. It was a wildness both powerful and fragile, a force to be respected and cherished. Further into the forest, where the shadows still lingered, she heard a soft rustle in the undergrowth. Peeking through a curtain of newly unfurling ferns, she saw a family of badgers emerge from their den. They were slow and deliberate in their movements, their cautious demeanor reflecting the lingering shadows of winter. Yet, there was a vitality about them, a palpable sense of renewed energy. They moved with a quiet purpose, their snuffling a gentle counterpoint to the bird song, a testament to the quiet rhythm of the forest awakening. They reminded Aoibh of the ancient, enduring spirit of the land, the unseen forces that shaped the world around her. The sounds of the forest filled the air, the chattering of squirrels, the melodic calls of birds, the soft rustle of leaves unfurling, the gentle murmur of the melting snow. These sounds, woven together into a rich tapestry of life, created a symphony of renewal, a celebration of nature's enduring resilience. The animals, emerging from their winter slumber, seemed to sense the change in the air, the return of warmth, and the promise of spring. Their cautious movements, their tentative explorations, all reflected the gradual awakening of the land, a slow, gentle unfurling of life's vibrant tapestry. A small herd of deer grazed peacefully in a sun-dappled clearing. Their coats, once thick and dull, now gleamed with a vibrant sheen, their movements graceful and elegant. Their gentle eyes held a calm wisdom, reflecting the timeless rhythm of the seasons. Aoibh watched them for a long time, feeling a deep connection to their tranquil beauty. It was a moment of shared peace, a silent communion between herself and the creatures of the forest. Their presence underscored the interconnectedness of all living things, a subtle reminder of the harmonious balance that governed the natural world. A vibrant blue butterfly, its wings adorned with intricate patterns, flitted past, a fleeting glimpse of iridescent beauty. Its effortless flight symbolized the lightness of spring, the joyous freedom of life, unbound. It danced on the wind, a tiny speck of color against the backdrop of the newly awakening forest. It was a reminder of the ephemeral beauty of life, its fleeting yet profound impact on the world. High above, a hawk circled lazily, its sharp eyes scanning the forest floor. Its majestic flight was a testament to the enduring power of nature, its predatory grace a subtle reminder of the delicate balance of life and death that governed the natural world. It was a reminder that spring's rebirth wasn't simply about new beginnings. It was also about the continuation of the cycle, the constant interplay of life, death, and renewal. Even the tiniest creatures seemed to play a role in the awakening landscape. Tiny insects buzzed lazily amongst the wildflowers, their presence a testament to the intricate web of life that interconnected the entire ecosystem. Ants busily scurried along the forest floor, their tireless activity a symbol of nature's relentless energy. The world teemed with life, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of spring's arrival. Aoibh continued her journey, each encounter with the animals adding a new layer to her understanding of the natural world. Their gentle nature, their cautious optimism, their quiet strength, all reflected the warmth that was spreading across the land. It was a warmth that extended beyond the physical realm. It was a warmth of hope, of renewal, of the enduring power of life to overcome even the harshest winter. The animals were not just creatures of the forest. They were messengers of spring. their very presence a testament to the miraculous power of rebirth. Their quiet vitality infused Aoibh's own spirit, fueling her own journey home, reminding her that even in the face of darkness, the ember of hope would always prevail. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Aoibh knew that she carried with her not only the warmth of Brigid's forge, but also the gentle blessings of the forest creatures, a silent promise of the continuing miracle of spring. The journey home. The snow, once a formidable blanket muffling the world in a hushed silence, had retreated to the shadowed recesses of the deepest ravines. In its place, a vibrant tapestry of green was unfurling, a delicate lacework of new leaves uncurling on the branches, reaching for the warming sun. The air, thick with the scent of thawing earth and burgeoning life, felt lighter, freer, less burdened by the weight of winter's icy grip. Aoibh felt it in her bones, a lightness that mirrored the buoyant energy of the forest itself. The path, still marked by the lingering remnants of winter's passage, felt less treacherous now, less of a struggle against the elements. The biting wind had softened to a gentle caress, the icy grip of the frost replaced by the welcoming warmth of the sun. Her boots, once burdened by the weight of snow, now trod upon a softening earth, the damp soil yielding beneath her feet with a comforting resilience. The journey home, unlike the arduous ascent, felt more like a dance, a graceful movement in harmony with the rejuvenating rhythm of spring. Birdsong, a symphony of cheerful melodies, filled the air. It wasn't just the familiar twittering of sparrows or the melodic calls of robins. It was a chorus of voices, a vibrant orchestra of nature's awakening. Each trill and chirp, each warble and whistle carried its own unique message, a testament to the boundless joy of life's renewal. Aoibh paused often, captivated by the intricate harmonies, feeling her heart lighten with each note. The birds, she felt, were singing a song of welcome, celebrating her safe return. Squirrels, their bushy tails twitching with restless energy, chattered from the branches, their playful antics a mirror of the forest's own exuberant vitality. They darted from branch to branch, their movements quick and precise, a flurry of brown fur against the backdrop of newly blossoming trees, their incessant chatter, a flurry of excited squeaks and chirps, created a lively counterpoint to the bird song, a constant hum of activity that filled the air with a sense of vibrant, unstoppable life. Aoibh found herself smiling, their unrestrained joy infectious. They seemed to be sharing their joy, welcoming her back into their world. The forest floor, once barren and frozen, was now carpeted with a delicate tapestry of wildflowers. Tiny violets, their delicate petals of vibrant purple, peeked from beneath the melting snow. Daffodils, their sunny faces turned towards the sun, radiated a cheerful warmth. Primroses, their delicate blooms a cheerful yellow, dotted the landscape like tiny suns. Each flower a testament to the resilience of nature, was a beacon of hope, a symbol of life's enduring power. Aoibh bent to touch a delicate violet, her fingers brushing against its velvety petals. The flower, frail yet resolute, was a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the power of perseverance. A gentle stream, once frozen solid, now gurgled merrily as it flowed through the forest, its waters reflecting the vibrant colors of the surrounding landscape. The sound of rushing water, once muted by the ice, now filled the air with a lively melody. The stream, a life-giving artery of the forest, carried with it the promise of renewal, a symbol of life's continuous flow. Aoibh knelt beside the stream, cupping the cool water in her hands. She felt a renewed sense of peace, a calmness that settled over her, washing away the lingering anxieties of her journey. As she walked, she noticed the subtle changes in the light. The sun, no longer a distant memory behind a veil of snow and clouds, now bathed the forest in its golden glow. The shadows, once long and menacing, had shortened, revealing the vibrant hues of the awakening world. The sunlight, filtering through the newly budding leaves, created a dappled pattern on the forest floor, transforming the landscape into a scene of enchanting beauty. Aoibh felt the warmth of the sun on her face, a comforting sensation that banished the last vestiges of winter's chill. The air, alive with the sounds of nature's orchestra, was further enlivened by the gentle buzzing of bees. They flitted from flower to flower, their tireless activity a testament to the industrious energy of the spring. Their hum, a low, continuous drone, added another layer to the forest's symphony, a gentle counterpoint to the birdsong and the gurgling stream. Aoibh watched them, mesmerized by their tireless work, their vital role in the renewal of life. Butterflies, their wings adorned with intricate patterns of vibrant colors, danced on the breeze. They flitted from blossom to blossom, their delicate movements adding a touch of ethereal grace to the forest's vibrant tapestry. Each butterfly, a tiny jewel of nature, was a symbol of transformation and rebirth, a reminder of the cyclical nature of life. Aoibh felt a sense of wonder as she watched them, their effortless grace, a reminder of the beauty that surrounded her. Even the animals seemed to move with a newfound lightness. A deer, its coat gleaming with a rich, vibrant sheen, grazed peacefully in a sun-dappled clearing. Its gentle eyes held a quiet wisdom, reflecting the timeless rhythm of the seasons. It lifted its head, its ears twitching, and regarded Aoibh with a gentle curiosity. Then, with a graceful flick of its tail, it returned to its meal, a picture of serenity against the backdrop of the vibrant forest. Aoibh felt a profound connection to the animal, a sense of shared peace, a silent acknowledgement of the beauty and wonder of the natural world. The journey home was not merely a physical return. It was a pilgrimage of the soul. With each step, Aoibh felt the weight of her worries lift, replaced by a growing sense of hope and rejuvenation. The warmth of Brigid's blessing, carried within her, resonated with the burgeoning life around her, a harmonious symphony of renewal. The forest, no longer a formidable obstacle, became a sanctuary, a testament to nature's resilience and the enduring power of hope. And as she finally emerged from the forest, the glow of her home welcoming her, Aoibh knew that the true warmth she carried was not merely the ember from Brigid's hearth, but the unwavering spirit within her heart. The journey had changed her, strengthened her, and filled her with a joy that mirrored the vibrant beauty of the spring. Sharing the news, the village of Glenmore lay nestled in the valley, a cluster of thatched roofs and smoking chimneys against the backdrop of the now vibrant, awakening hills. As Aoibh emerged from the forest's edge, her heart swelled with a mixture of relief and exhilaration. The air, thick with the scent of wood smoke and thawing earth, held a different quality now, a palpable sense of anticipation. She could hear the murmur of voices, a low hum that grew louder with each step she took. As she approached the village square, a hush fell over the assembled villagers, their faces etched with the weariness of a long, harsh winter, were now illuminated by a mixture of hope and awe. Aoibh, her face flushed with the exertion of her journey and the warmth of the spring sun, felt a surge of warmth bloom within her chest. She held the glowing ember aloft, its light dancing like a tiny star. against the burgeoning greenery. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The ember, though smaller now than when she'd received it from Brigid, still pulsed with a vibrant inner light. It wasn't just the fire, it was the promise it held, a tangible symbol of the spring's arrival. Children, their faces wide with wonder, pointed and whispered to each other, their voices a soft murmur against the backdrop of the awakening world. Older villagers, their faces etched with the wisdom of years, watched with a mixture of reverence and relief. The weight of winter, of the unending cold, seemed to lift from their shoulders. Then a cheer erupted, a joyous sound that echoed through the valley, a testament to the collective relief and burgeoning hope that filled the air. It was a sound of release, of celebration, a sound that carried the weight of 1,000 prayers answered. Men clapped each other on the back, their faces beaming with a joy that had been absent for so long. Women embraced their children, their tears a mixture of relief and gratitude. The scene pulsed with a communal energy that surpassed even the warmth of the returning sun. Aoibh, overwhelmed by the outpouring of emotion, raised the ember higher. The light flickered, casting dancing shadows on the upturned faces of the villagers, their expressions a mixture of joy, relief, and wonder. She felt a wave of warmth wash over her, a sense of connection to this community, a shared experience of triumph over adversity. It was more than just the successful completion of her mission. It was a shared victory, a testament to the power of hope and collective action. Elder Maeve, the village wise woman, stepped forward, her eyes twinkling with an ancient wisdom. She approached Aoibh, her hand outstretched to receive the ember. As Aoibh placed it into Maeve's waiting hand, a hushed reverence fell over the crowd. Maeve, her voice strong and clear, began to speak, her words weaving a tapestry of ancient prayers and blessings. Her words were a hymn to Brigid, to the returning spring, to the enduring strength of the human spirit. She spoke of the cyclical nature of life, the inevitable return of warmth and light after the long dark winter. She spoke of the importance of hope, of perseverance, of the power of community to overcome even the greatest challenges. Her voice resonated with the ancient rhythms of the land, her words weaving a magic spell of their own. The villagers listened intently, their faces illuminated by the glow of the ember and the words of their wise woman. Her words were more than just a recitation. They were a balm to their souls, a reassurance of the cyclical nature of life, a reminder that even the darkest winter must eventually give way to the vibrant promise of spring. They were words of comfort, of hope, of renewed faith in the power of nature and the resilience of the human spirit. As Maeve's blessing concluded, the villagers began to prepare for the spring festival. There was a sense of purpose in their actions, a collective energy fueled by the warmth of the returning sun and the hope that bloomed in their hearts. They brought forth garlands of freshly picked wildflowers, their vibrant colors a testament to the awakening earth. They hung them from the village houses, transforming the settlement into a vibrant testament to life's resilience. The men prepared the bonfires, the flames leaping high into the night sky, reflecting the joy and exuberance that filled their hearts. The aroma of roasting lamb and freshly baked bread filled the air, creating a feast for the senses. Laughter and song filled the night air, the sounds of celebration, a testament to the relief and gratitude that filled every heart. Children ran through the village square, their faces flushed with excitement, their energy infectious. They chased each other through the winding lanes, their laughter echoing through the valley, a testament to the joy of the season's renewal. Even the older villagers participated in the revelry, their faces lit by the glow of the bonfires and the joy of the moment. The celebration was not just a feast for the body, it was a celebration of the spirit. It was a communal expression of gratitude, a testament to the enduring power of hope, a recognition of the importance of community. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can flourish, and that together, people can overcome any obstacle. Aoibh, watching the festivities unfold, felt a profound sense of accomplishment and belonging. She had not only saved the village from another desolate winter, but she had also forged a deeper connection with her community, strengthening the bonds that held them together. Her courage had not only brought about the return of spring, but had also nurtured a sense of unity and shared purpose. The village had embraced her as one of their own, celebrating her bravery and recognizing the crucial role she had played in bringing back the warmth and life that had been missing for so long. The feeling of belonging, of being an integral part of the community, filled her with a warmth that was even more profound than the warmth of the returning sun. It was the warmth of acceptance, the warmth of shared joy, the warmth of belonging. The night was filled with stories and songs, tales passed down through generations, Aoibh listened as the elders recounted stories of past winters, tales of hardship and resilience, of hope and perseverance. Each story was a testament to the enduring spirit of the village, to its ability to overcome adversity, to its unshakable belief in the cyclical nature of life. The stories connected her more deeply to her heritage, to the traditions and values that shaped her community. As the night wore on, the celebrations gradually subsided, the joyful sounds fading into the quiet whispers of the night. The villagers, exhausted but exhilarated, drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with the warmth of the spring and the promise of a bountiful harvest. Aoibh, wrapped in warm furs, lay down to rest. The ember, safely nestled beside her, still glowed faintly, a testament to the warmth she carried within her. Not just the physical warmth of the fire, but the warmth of a community's gratitude, the warmth of belonging, the warmth of hope fulfilled. And as she drifted off to sleep, she knew that the true magic of her journey wasn't just about bringing back the spring, but about strengthening the bonds of community and rediscovering the unwavering power of hope within herself and within her village. The first blossoms had indeed arrived, but so had a new season of warmth and togetherness. The winter's chill had been banished, not only from the land, but from the hearts of the people of Glenmore. The village celebrates the aroma of roasting lamb, thick and savory, mingled with the sweetness of freshly baked bread, creating an intoxicating perfume that hung heavy in the air. Bonfires blazed in the center of the village square, their flames licking at the night sky, casting a warm, dancing light upon the faces of the celebrating villagers. Garlands of wildflowers, vibrant splashes of color against the darkening twilight, adorned every house, transforming Glenmore into a breathtaking spectacle of life reborn. Tables laden with food overflowed with bounty, platters of roasted meats, glistening with juices, sat beside baskets overflowing with freshly picked berries and fruits, their colors as vivid as the wildflowers adorning the houses. Wooden bowls brimmed with hearty stews, their fragrant steam rising to mingle with the smoky scent of the bonfires. The air hummed with the joyous sounds of laughter and conversation, a symphony of shared happiness that filled every corner of the village. Music filled the air. A lively jig played on fiddles and pipes, its infectious rhythm pulling people onto their feet. Men and women, young and old, joined hands in a joyous dance, their steps as light as the spring breeze. Aoibh, initially shy, found herself drawn into the swirling mass of dancers, the rhythm and energy of the music washing over her. She laughed, her heart soaring with the shared joy, the feeling of belonging washing over her like a warm wave. Her steps, at first hesitant, grew stronger, more confident, mirroring the strength she felt within herself. Children, their faces flushed with excitement, scampered through the dancing throng, their laughter echoing through the night. They chased each other, their small hands reaching for the flickering flames of the bonfires, their energy a testament to the vitality of the reborn spring. Even the oldest villagers, their faces etched with the wisdom of years, joined in the revelry, their smiles as bright as the bonfires themselves, their presence a living testament to the enduring spirit of Glenmore, lent an air of timeless grace to the celebration. As the night deepened, the bonfires cast long, dancing shadows, turning the familiar faces of the villagers into playful, mischievous figures. Stories were shared, tales whispered from one generation to the next, each voice adding to the rich tapestry of Glenmore's history. Aoibh listened, captivated by the ancient myths and legends, tales of resilience and hope that echoed the journey she had just undertaken. These stories, she realized, were the heart of Glenmore, the foundation upon which the community was built, a testament to their shared heritage and unbreakable bonds. One elder, a woman named Fiona, with eyes that twinkled like distant stars, told a story of a time when winter had lasted for 7 years, a time when hope seemed lost and the land lay frozen in an icy grip. She spoke of the courage of their ancestors, their perseverance in the face of adversity, and the unwavering faith they held in the return of spring. Her voice, though weathered by time, resonated with a strength that touched Aoibh deeply, reaffirming the enduring power of the human spirit. Another elder, a man named Liam, with hands as gnarled as the ancient oak trees that surrounded Glenmore, shared a tale of a time when a great storm had threatened to destroy their village. He recounted how the villagers had come together, their strength united against the elements, their collective effort overcoming the forces of nature. His story highlighted the importance of community, the power of unity in the face of adversity, a lesson that resonated deeply with Aoibh. As the night wore on, the music softened, the dancing slowed, and the villagers gathered around the bonfires, their voices merging into a harmonious chorus of songs. The songs were hymns to Brigid, to the returning spring, to the enduring strength of the human spirit. They were expressions of gratitude, testaments to the unwavering faith that had guided them through the harsh winter, and joyful celebrations of the warmth that had returned to their hearts and their land. Aoibh, surrounded by the warmth of the bonfires and the love of her community, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She realized then the true meaning of Brigid's blessing, the importance of nurturing the ember within, not just within herself, but within each and every member of the village. The ember, she understood, was not just a physical fire, but a symbol of hope, resilience, and the unwavering power of the human spirit. The sharing of food, stories, and laughter had woven a tapestry of connection, strengthening the bonds that held Glenmore together. The collective celebration had transcended the simple act of feasting. It was a reaffirmation of their shared identity, a testament to the power of community, and a joyful expression of gratitude for the return of spring. As the first rays of dawn touched the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the celebrations gradually subsided. The villagers, exhausted but exhilarated, made their way to their homes, their hearts filled with the warmth of the spring and the joy of their shared experience. Aoibh, wrapped in the warmth of the community's love, returned to her own home, the ember safely nestled within her heart. The embers that glowed within the hearth, both physical and metaphorical, mirrored the warmth that had blossomed within the hearts of the villagers. It was a warmth born from shared experience, from overcoming adversity together, and from rediscovering the enduring strength of their collective spirit. The first blossoms were a testament to the return of spring, but the true miracle was the blossoming of hope and unity within the heart of Glenmore, a community forever strengthened by the shared journey they had undertaken. The winter's chill had truly been banished, replaced by a warmth that would endure long after the last embers had faded. Aoibh, having carried the light of hope, now carried within her the even brighter light of belonging, a warmth that would forever shine in her heart. The village, reborn and revitalized, looked forward to a spring filled with abundance and the promise of a bright future, a future built upon the foundations of shared hope and unwavering community spirit. Awakening nature. The first hint of spring wasn't a sudden explosion of warmth, but a subtle shift. a whispering promise carried on the wind. It began with the melting snow, not a dramatic collapse, but a slow, gentle retreat, leaving behind damp earth that breathed the scent of thawing soil. Then came the crocuses, brave little spears of purple and gold, pushing through the still chilled ground, defying the lingering frost with a vibrant tenacity. They were followed by the snowdrops, their delicate white bells nodding in the gentle breeze, a silent symphony of rebirth. Aoibh wandered through the woods, her boots sinking softly into the yielding earth, a far cry from the crunch of winter's icy grip. The trees, still bare but no longer skeletal, seemed to sigh with relief, their branches reaching towards the increasingly warmer sun. A symphony of drips and gurgles filled the air as the frozen streams and rivers awoke from their slumber, their waters now a murmuring chorus, flowing freely towards the distant sea. The sun, once a distant, cold observer, now shone with a gentler warmth, bathing the landscape in a golden light that seemed to coax life from the sleeping earth. The air, once crisp and biting, now carried the sweet fragrance of awakening nature, the scent of damp earth mingled with the delicate perfume of the first wildflowers, a heady mix that filled Aoibh's lungs and stirred something deep within her soul. It was a scent of renewal, of hope, of life's unstoppable resurgence, a feeling that resonated with the warmth she still felt from Brigid's hearth fire, the memory of the glowing embers, the hymn of life, the feeling of belonging, all of it intertwined with the awakening world around her. Birds, their songs once hushed by winter's silence, now filled the air with a joyous cacophony. Their melodies were complex and varied, each trill and warble a celebration of the returning warmth. Tiny, industrious creatures darted through the undergrowth, their movements a flurry of activity as they prepared for the new season. Squirrels chattered excitedly, their bushy tails twitching as they gathered nuts and seeds, their preparations for the coming months echoing the same energy of renewal that permeated the air. Aoibh watched a robin build its nest, a small cup of twigs and mud woven with astonishing precision. She marveled at the bird's dedication, its unwavering focus on creating a haven for its future family. It was a quiet demonstration of life's persistence, a testament to the enduring strength of nature's cycle. She observed the delicate balance of the ecosystem unfolding before her, the interdependence of each creature, each plant, each element, working in perfect harmony to create the vibrant tapestry of life. Further into the woods, she encountered a family of rabbits, their snow-white fur now tinged with the brown of the awakening earth. They frolicked in the dappled sunlight, their playful antics a testament to the unrestrained joy of spring. Their movements were a captivating ballet of leaps and bounds, their innocence and carefree spirit a welcome contrast to the somber quiet of winter. Their energy was infectious, a vibrant reminder of the boundless vitality of life itself. A deer, its antlers adorned with fresh velvet, emerged from the shadows of the woods, its eyes reflecting the sunlight. It paused, its elegant form framed by the newly budding trees, before gracefully stepping into a meadow bursting with a kaleidoscope of wildflowers. Its presence, serene and powerful, highlighted the intricate beauty and balance of the natural world, the deep interconnectedness of all living things. The meadow itself was a breathtaking spectacle, a vibrant carpet of color that stretched as far as the eye could see. Daffodils, their golden trumpets heralding the arrival of spring, bloomed alongside vibrant bluebells and delicate violets, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. The air hummed with the busy buzz of bees, their industrious work contributing to the pollination of the flowers, a vital element of the life cycle, continuing its relentless dance. Butterflies, their wings adorned with intricate patterns, fluttered lazily amongst the blooms, their delicate dance a perfect embodiment of the season's grace. Aoibh felt a deep connection to this vibrant world, a sense of belonging that transcended words. It was a connection that went beyond the simple observation of nature's beauty. It was a feeling of unity, of being an integral part of the larger cycle of life, a cycle of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. The joy of the rabbits, the industriousness of the bees, the quiet grace of the deer, all of it resonated within her, confirming her place within the magnificent tapestry of the natural world. She understood then, with a clarity that went beyond intellectual comprehension, the true meaning of Brigid's blessing. The ember of hope within herself wasn't simply a metaphor. It was a living, breathing part of the continuous cycle of life. It was a flame fueled by the relentless energy of nature, a flame that mirrored the unstoppable surge of spring, a flame that burned within her heart, echoing the beauty and vitality of the world around her. This was the enduring magic, the profound and undeniable connection between herself and the vibrant life that surrounded her. This was the profound truth she carried within her, a truth as vibrant and as ever renewing as the spring itself. The land, awakened, was a mirror to the awakening within her own soul, the cycle of life, ever turning, was a constant reminder of hope, resilience, and the unwavering promise of renewal. Aoibh's new role, the whispers of spring, carried not only the scent of thawing earth and blooming flowers, but also the echoes of Aoibh's adventure. Her tale, once a personal experience, now became a shared narrative, woven into the fabric of the village life. The villagers, initially hesitant, now looked upon Aoibh with a mixture of awe and reverence. She was no longer just a young girl. She was a heroine, a living embodiment of hope and resilience. Her journey to Brigid's hearth, her courage in the face of winter's harshness, and the radiant warmth she brought back, these became stories told and retold around crackling fires under the burgeoning light of the lengthening days. Children, their eyes wide with wonder, gathered around Aoibh as she recounted her journey through the frosted forests. She described the crunching snow under her boots, the biting wind, and the unwavering determination that pushed her forward. She spoke of the fear that had gripped her heart, the moments of doubt that had threatened to extinguish the fragile embers, and the strength she discovered within herself when it mattered most. She didn't shy away from the difficulties. Instead, she presented them as challenges to be overcome, lessons to be learned. She spoke of the power of perseverance, the importance of believing in oneself, even when the path ahead seemed impossibly dark. Her descriptions of Brigid's hearth, the radiant goddess, and the magical warmth of the forge captivated her young audience. She painted vivid pictures with her words, describing the dancing sparks, the intoxicating scent of the sacred fire, and the breathtaking beauty of the goddess's smile. She recounted Brigid's hymn, not merely as a sequence of notes, but as a living melody, echoing with the essence of life and hope. Her voice held the residual warmth of that sacred flame, transferring its magic to those who listened. But Aoibh's stories weren't just fantastical tales. They held a deep and profound message. The ember of hope, she explained, wasn't a magical artifact, but an inner strength, a spark of resilience that resided within each person. It was the determination to overcome adversity, the courage to face one's fears, and the unwavering belief in one's ability to triumph over hardship. Brigid's wisdom, she emphasized, wasn't limited to her divine status. It was a universal truth applicable to every individual. It was the knowledge that even in the darkest winter, the promise of spring always remained. Aoive's lessons transcended mere storytelling. They evolved into practical guidance. She taught the children how to identify the first signs of spring, to cherish the delicate beauty of the emerging flowers, to appreciate the industriousness of nature. She showed them how to nurture small plants, mirroring the care she had shown to the embers. They learned to collect and store seeds, preserving the promise of future harvests. They learned to observe the animals, understanding their intricate rhythms within the larger ecosystem, recognizing their role in the continuous cycle of life and death, regeneration and renewal. Her words were infused with Brigid's wisdoms. She taught them not only about the practical aspects of survival, but also about the emotional and spiritual resilience needed to thrive. She spoke of the importance of kindness, compassion, and empathy, qualities as essential to life as the sun and rain. She highlighted the importance of community, the strength that comes from supporting one another, especially during times of hardship. The lessons resonated deeply with the children, shaping their understanding of the world and their place within it. They learned that strength wasn't just about physical prowess, but about inner fortitude, kindness, and the ability to find hope even in the face of adversity. The older villagers, too, found solace and inspiration in Aoibh's experiences. They saw in her story a reflection of their own lives, their own struggles, and their own triumphs. Her journey became a shared experience, a testament to the power of human resilience and the enduring spirit of hope. They found in her narrative a renewed appreciation for the cyclical nature of life, the inevitable ebb and flow of seasons, both within nature and within their own hearts. The wisdom Aoibh shared wasn't confined to lessons in the fields or around the hearth. It permeated the village's very fabric. Decisions were made with a greater awareness of the interconnectedness of all things, a newfound appreciation for the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Disputes were resolved with more understanding and compassion, mirroring the gentle grace of the deer in the meadow. Celebrations of the harvests reflected not just abundance, but also gratitude for the cyclical nature of life, for the ever-renewing promise of spring, even after the harshest of winters. Aoibh's role extended beyond storytelling and teaching. She became a confidant, a source of comfort and support for those who felt lost or discouraged. She listened patiently to their concerns, offering words of encouragement and reminding them of the inner strength they possessed, the ember of hope that burned within them. Her presence was a calming influence, a beacon of hope amidst the inevitable challenges of life. She reminded them that even the smallest flame, if nurtured carefully, could grow into a powerful fire capable of illuminating the darkest corners. The village transformed. It was not merely the physical landscape that had changed with the arrival of spring, but the hearts and minds of its people. They had witnessed the magic of Aoibh's journey, the warmth of Brigid's hearth, the unwavering flame of hope. They had learned to nurture that flame within themselves and in each other. They had discovered the strength of community, the resilience of the human spirit, and the ever-present promise of renewal. The whispers of spring echoed not just in the rustling leaves and the chirping birds, but in the renewed spirit of the village, in the laughter of children playing, and in the quiet understanding that even the harshest winter must eventually give way to the vibrant beauty of a new beginning. And at the heart of it all was Aoibh, the guardian of the ember, a living testament to the enduring power of hope and the unwavering promise of spring. The land bloomed, and so did the hearts of the villagers. The cycle of life continued, richer and more vibrant than ever before, thanks to Aoibh's courage and the wisdom of Brigid's flame. Learning from nature. The days that followed were filled with a quiet intensity. The vibrant energy of spring wasn't just in the blossoming flowers and the chirping birds. It pulsed within Aoibh herself, a reflection of the warmth she had carried from Brigid's hearth. She spent her mornings walking through the newly awakened landscape, her senses keenly attuned to the subtle shifts in nature's rhythm, the delicate unfolding of ferns, the vibrant unfurling of crocuses, the determined push of saplings reaching for the sunlight. Each detail held a lesson, a silent whisper of resilience and renewal. She would spend hours perched on a sun-drenched hill overlooking the village, her gaze fixed on the fields where the villagers worked. She observed the careful planting of seeds, the meticulous tending of young sprouts, the patient waiting for the earth to yield its bounty. These weren't simply agricultural tasks. They were acts of faith, mirroring the trust she had placed in the embers she carried to Brigid's hearth. The villagers, in their quiet diligence, were nurturing the promise of future harvests, just as she had nurtured the fragile flame. One day, she noticed an old oak tree, its branches gnarled and twisted, yet stubbornly clinging to life. Its bark, etched with the stories of countless seasons, bore witness to storms and droughts, to the harsh winds of winter and the gentle caress of summer rains. Aoibh sat at the base of the tree, tracing the patterns in its bark with her fingers. She saw in it a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the strength that comes from enduring hardship. The oak had weathered centuries of adversity, yet it stood tall, a symbol of unwavering resilience. This observation sparked a new understanding within her. The cyclical nature of the seasons wasn't merely a pattern in nature, it was a mirror reflecting the ebbs and flows of human emotions. Just as winter's harsh grip eventually gave way to spring's gentle embrace, so too would periods of hardship and despair eventually yield to moments of joy and renewal. The oak tree, with its resilience, reminded her that even the most challenging experiences could ultimately contribute to growth and strength. Aoibh started sharing this understanding with the children. She spoke of the importance of patience, of the need to persevere, even when faced with setbacks. She described how the seeds, buried deep in the earth, patiently waited for the warmth of the sun and the nourishment of the rain before sprouting forth. Their transformation, she explained, wasn't instantaneous. It was a gradual process, a testament to the power of enduring quiet strength. She showed them how the river, though seemingly constant, was in fact a dynamic entity, its flow ever changing, sometimes a gentle murmur, sometimes a raging torrent. She explained how this constant flux was essential to its health, constantly renewing and replenishing itself, mirroring life's continual unfolding. She used the example of the willow tree, bending gracefully in the wind instead of breaking, showcasing adaptability as a source of strength. The children were captivated by her observations, their young minds eager to absorb her wisdom. They learned to see the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between growth and decay, life and death. They understood that death, far from being an ending, was a necessary part of the cycle of renewal, allowing for new life to emerge. They learned to appreciate the beauty of impermanence, recognizing the fleeting nature of blossoms and the enduring strength of the roots that lay hidden beneath the soil. Aoibh's lessons extended beyond the natural world. She connected the cyclical nature of the seasons with the emotional rhythms of human life. She spoke of the importance of accepting the inevitable ebb and flow of emotions, understanding that periods of sadness and despair were as natural as the cold grip of winter. She emphasized the importance of recognizing that these periods, like winter, were ultimately temporary, paving the way for the vibrant joy and renewed energy of spring. She taught them to find solace in the quiet moments, in the stillness that followed a storm. She encouraged them to nurture their inner strength, to cultivate resilience by facing their fears and embracing challenges. She helped them understand that growth often came from discomfort, just as the seed needed to break through the hard earth to reach the light. She urged them to practice empathy and understanding, recognizing that every individual, like every plant, has its own unique path to growth and blossoming. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the fields, Aoibh gathered the children around a small fire. The flames danced and flickered, casting an enchanting glow on their faces. She told them stories of ancient heroes and heroines, of their struggles and triumphs, of their perseverance in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. She emphasized the importance of community, of the strength that came from supporting one another, especially during times of hardship. She spoke of how the villagers, working together, were able to overcome the challenges of winter, just as the roots of trees intertwined to support each other. She illustrated how the bees, working collectively, created a bustling hive, achieving something far greater than any single bee could manage. The interconnectedness, the collaboration, the collective strength were lessons as vital to survival as the sun, the rain, and the fertile soil. They learned that sharing burdens lightened the load, and that community strengthened the spirit, allowing for a more harmonious journey through life's seasons. Aoibh's teachings were not merely theoretical, they were deeply practical. She taught the children how to identify edible plants, how to harvest them responsibly, how to prepare them for sustenance. They learned about the medicinal properties of herbs and flowers, gaining a deep understanding of the healing power of nature. They learned to respect the rhythms of nature, to avoid depletion, and to cultivate sustainability. ensuring the resources they relied upon would continue to thrive for generations to come. Her lessons were not limited to the practical. They also reached into the realm of the spiritual. She taught them to find connection with the natural world, to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, to appreciate the intricate dance of life unfolding around them. She instilled in them a sense of awe and reverence for the beauty and mystery of the universe, reminding them that they were but a small part of something infinitely larger and more wondrous. As spring blossomed into summer, Aoibh's influence on the village was undeniable. The children, imbued with her wisdom and guided by their newfound appreciation for nature's cycles, blossomed alongside the flowers. Their understanding of resilience and their ability to overcome challenges grew alongside the crops in the fields. The village, enriched by her teachings, thrived, not only materially, but also spiritually and emotionally. The whispers of spring had become a symphony of growth, resilience, and hope, echoing in the hearts of everyone who had learned from Aoibh, and the wisdom she brought from Brigid's hearth. The community flourished, strengthened by shared experiences and a mutual understanding of life's ever-turning wheel, sharing wisdom. The sun, a molten orb sinking towards the horizon, painted the sky in hues of apricot and rose. As Aoibh gathered the children around her, they sat in a semicircle on the soft, moss-covered earth, their eyes reflecting the fiery glow of the setting sun. The air hummed with the drowsy buzz of bees returning to their hives, a gentle symphony accompanying the rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. Aoibh smiled, her heart filled with a quiet joy. The whispers of spring, once a faint murmur, had become a chorus of growth and understanding. "Look at these daisies," she began, her voice as soft as the petals themselves. She pointed to a cluster of daisies, their white heads bobbing gently in the breeze. Each one has battled through the harsh winter, pushing through the cold earth, reaching for the sunlight. They didn't give up, even when it seemed impossible. They persevered, and now they bloom, a testament to their inner strength. The children, their faces illuminated by the fading light, nodded thoughtfully. They had learned to see the world differently, to recognize the silent struggles and quiet triumphs that surrounded them. They no longer saw the delicate petals as mere ornaments. They saw them as symbols of perseverance, of the unwavering spirit that allowed life to thrive even in the face of adversity. Aoibh then gestured towards a bustling ant hill near the base of an ancient oak. Tiny ants, tireless workers, scurried in and out of their intricate underground city. "Observe these ants," she said. "Each one is a small part of a greater whole. They work together, sharing their burdens, supporting each other. They achieve things individually impossible, building a magnificent structure, a thriving community." She picked up a smooth gray stone, its surface worn by the passage of time and the elements. "This stone," she continued, holding it up, "has endured countless seasons, weathered storms and harsh winds. It has been changed by time, but it has not been broken. It stands as a reminder that we too can endure, that even the hardest times will eventually pass." She pointed to a tall willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. "See how the willow bends with the wind? It doesn't resist. It adapts. It learns to yield, to find strength in flexibility. It teaches us the importance of adapting to change, of finding our balance in the face of life's challenges." The children listened intently, their imaginations ignited by her words. They learned to see the interconnectedness of all things, the intricate dance of life unfolding around them. Aoibh didn't just teach them about plants and animals. She taught them about the resilience of the human spirit, about the power of hope and kindness. She told them stories of the courageous souls who had faced hardships throughout history, sharing tales of those who, against all odds, found strength in their beliefs and persevered through their darkest moments. These weren't just abstract lessons. They were stories interwoven with the landscape itself, reminding the children that their community was a part of something ancient and powerful. The very earth they walked on held the echoes of countless generations, each contributing their own unique narrative to the rich tapestry of time. One day, Aoibh took the children to a nearby stream. She showed them how the water, though constantly flowing, remained replenished and clear. Just as this stream constantly flows and cleanses itself, so too do we need to cleanse our hearts and minds. We must let go of negativity, forgive, and renew ourselves. She explained. She encouraged them to practice acts of kindness, to help others, to spread joy and understanding wherever they went. She taught them the importance of empathy, of recognizing that each individual Like each flower has its own unique path to growth and blossoming, she encouraged them to accept differences and celebrate diversity. She emphasized the importance of respecting the natural world, of living in harmony with nature, and of leaving the world a better place than they found it. These weren't just abstract concepts, but practical lessons embedded within the fabric of their daily lives. She showed them how to identify edible plants, teaching them the importance of sustainability and responsible harvesting. They learned to recognize the medicinal properties of various herbs and flowers, gaining a deep appreciation for the healing power of nature. These skills were not simply for survival, they instilled a sense of self-reliance and responsibility. The children also learned to respect the quiet strength found in patience. They observed the seeds patiently awaiting the warmth of the sun and the nourishing rain before emerging from the earth. This process, Aoibh explained, was a testament to the power of enduring quiet strength. The children began to appreciate the importance of delayed gratification and the satisfaction of a job well done, however long it might take. The children began to notice the subtle changes in their environment. They marveled at the intricate designs of spider webs glistening with morning dew, the patient growth of seedlings pushing their way towards the sunlight, the silent communication between animals. Aoibh nurtured their curiosity and encouraged them to ask questions, fostering a deep understanding and respect for the interconnectedness of life. Aoibh's lessons extended beyond the immediate surroundings of the village. She shared stories of faraway lands and ancient civilizations, weaving tales that expanded their worldview and deepened their understanding of human history. She spoke of myths and legends, highlighting themes of resilience, courage, and the enduring power of the human spirit. These stories, filled with heroes and heroines who faced challenges and adversity, provided a context for their own lives, helping them understand that their own struggles were a part of a larger, universal narrative. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the children of the village underwent a transformation. They were no longer just children. They were budding stewards of the land, custodians of their heritage, imbued with a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of life and the importance of nurturing hope and kindness. Aoibh's teachings had taken root, not just in their minds, but in their hearts, shaping them into responsible, compassionate individuals. The whispers of spring, once a subtle murmur, had become a powerful song of growth, resilience, and hope, echoing through the hearts of the village, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom shared and lessons learned. The seeds of hope she had planted blossomed into a vibrant, thriving community, strengthened by shared understanding and a commitment to the enduring power of nature. The cycle continues. The first snow of autumn dusted the landscape, a delicate veil over the vibrant tapestry of late summer. It was a subtle shift, a whisper of change, rather than a dramatic announcement. Yet Aoibh felt it keenly. She watched the leaves, once ablaze with crimson and gold, surrender their vibrant hues, their grip on the branches weakening with each passing gust of wind. She saw the children's laughter, once echoing freely through the sun-drenched meadows, becoming quieter, more introspective. This year, the transition felt different. While the previous spring had been a revelation, a breathtaking awakening, this autumn carried a deeper understanding. She wasn't simply observing the cyclical nature of the seasons. She was feeling it in the very core of her being. The vibrant flame of spring, the warmth she had carried from Brigid's hearth, had infused not just the land, but also her heart. She now recognized the cyclical rhythm of life, the ebb and flow, the darkness and light, the death and rebirth. Winter, she understood, wasn't an enemy, but an integral part of the grand, eternal dance. One crisp evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amethyst and gold, Aoibh gathered the children around a crackling bonfire. The flames danced and flickered, mirroring the emotions swirling within her. The leaves fall, she began, her voice low and resonant. But their journey isn't over. They return to the earth, nourishing the soil, providing sustenance for new life. Nothing is truly lost. Everything is transformed. She pointed to a gnarled oak tree, its branches reaching towards the star-studded sky. This ancient oak has endured countless winters, she continued, losing its leaves each autumn, yet it remains strong, its roots anchoring it to the earth. It teaches us the importance of resilience, of enduring the trials and tribulations of life. It teaches us that even in the deepest darkness, there is a quiet strength, a deep-seated hope that endures. The children, huddled close to the warmth of the fire, listened intently. They were no longer simply absorbing information. They were actively participating in a shared experience, a communal understanding of the natural world. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering flames, reflected a growing understanding of the complex beauty of the cycle. Aoibh then spoke of Brigid, her voice filled with reverence. Brigid is not just the goddess of spring, she explained. She is the goddess of life, of creativity, and of the hearth. She represents the eternal flame of hope, the ember that burns within us all, even during the darkest of winters. She told them stories of ancient Celtic traditions, of how the people of the land celebrated the solstice, acknowledging the darkness as a necessary prelude to the light. She emphasized that winter wasn't something to be feared, but a season of rest, of introspection, a time for replenishment before the renewed burst of energy and growth of spring. Just as the seeds lie dormant beneath the snow, she said, picking up a small, smooth stone, waiting patiently for the warmth of the sun, so too do we sometimes need periods of rest and reflection. We need time to gather our strength before we can emerge, renewed and refreshed, into the light. She encouraged them to embrace the stillness of winter, to use the time for quiet contemplation, for creative pursuits, for strengthening bonds with family and friends. She emphasized that just as the earth replenishes itself during winter, so too do we need to nurture our inner selves, to find solace and peace amidst the quiet moments. She taught them the art of observing the subtle beauty of the winter landscape, the intricate patterns of frost on the window panes, the delicate beauty of snowflakes falling from the sky, the quiet strength of trees standing steadfast against the icy winds. All were testaments to the enduring power of nature. She encouraged them to find inspiration in the silence, in the stillness, in the peace that winter offered. As the weeks turned into months, Aoibh noticed a shift in the children's behavior. They were more patient, more thoughtful, more resilient. They understood the importance of delayed gratification, of waiting for the right moment to act. They had learned to appreciate the subtle beauty of winter, the quiet strength of perseverance, and the importance of inner peace. They helped her gather firewood, their movements efficient and precise. They assisted her in preparing for the coming winter, their small hands working alongside hers, their faces reflecting the shared purpose. They had learned to collaborate, to work together, to recognize that their individual strength contributed to the overall strength of the community. The winter solstice arrived, a time of deep darkness and quiet reflection. The children gathered around the hearth fire, shared stories and songs, their voices weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience. The fire a symbol of the eternal flame, burned brightly, warming their hearts and illuminating their faces. Aoibh, watching them, felt a profound sense of peace. She had taught them not just about the cyclical nature of life, but about the enduring power of hope, the importance of resilience, and the beauty of embracing every season, every experience, with open hearts and open minds. The ember of hope, she knew, would continue to burn brightly, waiting for the return of spring, waiting for the rebirth of life, waiting for the endless cycle to continue its eternal dance. The lessons learned during the quiet stillness of winter would prove to be as valuable, as potent, and as transformative as the lessons of the vibrant spring. The dance continued, a timeless rhythm of life, death, and rebirth, a constant reminder of the enduring power of hope and resilience, a testament to the cyclical beauty of the natural world and the enduring spirit of humanity within it. And so, the whispers of spring, although seemingly dormant beneath the winter snow, would echo faintly in the hearts of the villagers, a promise whispered on the wind, a potent reminder of the cycle's inevitable return. The cycle would continue year after year, generation after generation. The lessons learned would be passed down, ensuring the ember of hope would never truly fade. A new harvest, the first blush of dawn, painted the eastern sky in hues of rose and apricot, a gentle awakening after the long slumber of winter. The air, still carrying a whisper of frost, held the promise of warmth and sunshine. It was the summer solstice, a time of abundance and celebration, a joyous culmination of the long, patient wait. The fields, once draped in a blanket of snow, now overflowed with life. Rows upon rows of ripening grain swayed gently in the breeze, their golden heads bowing in silent gratitude. The vegetable patches, once barren and frozen, teemed with plump tomatoes, glistening cucumbers, and vibrant peppers, a testament to the community's tireless efforts. The air hummed with the buzz of bees, drunk on the nectar of wildflowers that carpeted the meadows in a riot of color. Aoibh awoke with a heart brimming with joy. The memory of the long winter, with its challenges and quiet reflections, now felt like a distant dream. The village, vibrant and alive, echoed with the happy sounds of preparation for the annual harvest festival. Women hummed ancient melodies as they kneaded dough, their hands moving with practiced grace. Men sharpened their scythes, their movements strong and deliberate, their faces reflecting the anticipation of a bountiful harvest. Children, their laughter echoing through the cobblestone street, chased butterflies with wings as bright as stained glass. The air was thick with the aroma of baking bread and simmering stews, a tantalizing invitation to the feast that awaited them. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the sweet fragrance of wild herbs, creating a heady perfume that filled every corner of the village. Everywhere Aoibh looked, she saw the fruits of their labor, the tangible rewards of their perseverance. This year's harvest was particularly abundant, a testament to the lessons learned during the long winter months, the quiet strength they had cultivated within themselves. The festival itself was a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds. The village square, usually quiet and reserved, transformed into a vibrant hub of activity. Stalls overflowed with the bounty of the land, baskets of glistening berries, heaps of colorful vegetables, loaves of freshly baked bread, and jars of honey, thick and golden as liquid sunshine. The air vibrated with the rhythm of music. Traditional Celtic melodies played on fiddles and harps, their enchanting strains weaving through the crowd. Dancing couples, their feet light and agile, whirled in joyous circles, their movements as graceful as the swaying grain fields. The children, adorned with garlands of wildflowers, chased each other, their laughter mingling with the music and the chatter of the crowd. Aoibh watched, her heart swelling with pride and happiness. This was more than just a harvest festival. It was a celebration of life, a testament to the community's resilience, their unwavering spirit, and their deep connection to the land. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the square, Aoibh joined the children, their small hands entwined with hers. They sang songs that had been passed down through generations, songs of the land, songs of hope, songs of resilience. Their voices, clear and bright, blended with the music, creating a melody that resonated with the very heart of the earth. Each song told a story of hardship and perseverance, a story of community and shared purpose. There were songs about the long winter nights, the quiet strength found in stillness, and the unwavering hope that had carried them through the darkness. There were songs about the awakening of spring, the bursting forth of life, and the abundant rewards of their labor. And there were songs about Brigid, the goddess of life, creativity, and the hearth, whose unwavering flame had guided them through the darkness. and illuminated their path towards the light. As the day wore on, the celebrations continued, each moment filled with joy and gratitude. The villagers shared stories, their voices filled with laughter and warmth. They recounted their experiences from the past winter, the challenges they had faced, and the lessons they had learned. They spoke of the importance of community, of working together, and of supporting one another through difficult times. The children, inspired by the stories of resilience, shared their own tales of perseverance, their small voices filled with pride and accomplishment. They spoke of the quiet strength they had found within themselves, the importance of patience, and the beauty of embracing every season, every experience. The evening brought with it a sense of quiet reflection, a time for gratitude and appreciation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and red, the villagers gathered around a large bonfire, its flames leaping towards the heavens, a symbol of their enduring hope and resilience. They shared food, their hearts overflowing with gratitude for the abundant harvest, the strong community bonds, and the lessons they had learned. Aoibh, watching the flames dance and flicker, felt a deep sense of peace. The cycle of life, with its ebbs and flows, its darkness and light, its death and rebirth, was a constant reminder of the enduring power of hope and resilience. The lessons learned during the quiet stillness of winter had been as valuable, as potent, and as transformative as the lessons of the vibrant summer. The harvest festival was not just a celebration of abundance, it was a celebration of life itself, a testament to the unwavering spirit of humanity. As the night deepened, the flames of the bonfire cast dancing shadows across the faces of the villagers, illuminating their smiles and their shared joy. The songs continued, their melodies echoing through the night, carrying with them the essence of the harvest, the spirit of community, and the hope for a future filled with abundance and prosperity. The ember of hope, nurtured through the long winter, now burned brightly, a beacon of light illuminating the path towards a future brimming with possibility. The cycle would continue, generation after generation, each harvest a testament to the enduring power of hope, resilience, and the unwavering spirit of humanity. The song of renewal, sung by the wind through the fields of golden grain, would echo for years to come, a constant reminder of the cyclical beauty of life, death, and rebirth. The memory of the harvest festival would be a cherished memory, a reminder of the strength found in unity and the joy found in shared abundance. The seeds of the next harvest, carefully sown in the earth, held the promise of another year of plenty, another cycle of life, another song of renewal, a time for reflection. The air, once thick with the intoxicating perfume of summer, now carried the crisp, earthy scent of autumn. The vibrant greens of the fields had mellowed into a tapestry of russets, golds, and fiery oranges. The leaves, once clinging tightly to the branches, now danced on the breeze, their vibrant colors a fleeting spectacle before their descent to the earth. Aoibh watched from her window, a warm woolen shawl draped around her shoulders, as the leaves pirouetted in the gentle wind, a silent ballet of change. It was a time of transition, a bridge between the exuberance of summer and the quiet repose of winter. The days were growing shorter, the evenings cooler, and a gentle melancholy hung in the air, a bittersweet symphony of endings and beginnings. But unlike the fear that the winter once held, this autumn brought a different feeling, a sense of peaceful acceptance, a quiet understanding of the natural rhythm of life. She remembered the long, harsh winter, the anxieties, the uncertainty, the gnawing fear of scarcity, but she also recalled the quiet strength she had discovered within herself, the resilience that had blossomed in the face of adversity, the unwavering ember of hope that Brigid had helped her ignite and nurture. That inner strength had grown, nourished by the trials overcome, and it now shone as brightly as the autumn sun. Aoibh wandered through the woods behind her village, her footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves. The path, once clearly defined, was now obscured by a carpet of gold and crimson. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the delicate veins of a maple leaf, its crimson hue mirroring the fiery sunset, painting the sky. Each leaf, she realized, was a story in itself, a testament to the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The vibrant colors, the crisp textures, the graceful descent, all part of a grand, elegant performance, a cyclical dance orchestrated by nature's gentle hand. The leaves fell not in defeat, but in surrender, their purpose fulfilled, their essence returning to the earth to nourish the seeds of the coming spring. She found a quiet spot beside a babbling brook, its waters flowing steadily despite the changing seasons. The brook served as a constant reminder of the persistent flow of life, even amidst the apparent stillness of autumn. The water, clear and sparkling, reflected the kaleidoscope of colors surrounding her, transforming the mundane into the magical. The memory of Brigid's words echoed in her mind. The ember of hope, Aoibh, must be nurtured through every season. The darkness holds its own beauty, just as the light holds its own shadows. Change is inevitable, but resilience is a choice. Aoibh understood now that change wasn't something to be feared, but something to be embraced. It was a constant companion, a reminder of life's ever-shifting rhythm, the vibrant colors of autumn, the quiet stillness of winter, the exuberant growth of spring, the abundant harvest of summer. All were essential parts of the cycle, each with its own unique beauty and significance. She picked up a smooth gray stone from the brook's edge, its cool surface a stark contrast to the warmth of her hand. She traced the patterns carved by the relentless flow of water, each groove a testament to the time that had passed, each imperfection a mark of beauty. Just like the stone, she thought, she had been shaped by the experiences of her life, the challenges she had faced, the lessons she had learned. The falling leaves didn't signify an ending, but a transformation. They weren't disappearing, but returning to the earth, enriching the soil, preparing the ground for new growth. Their decomposition was not a loss, but a return, a cycle of regeneration, a continuous process of transformation. This was not only true of the leaves, but also of life itself. Aoibh spent hours in the woods, allowing the serenity of the autumn landscape to soothe her soul. She listened to the rustling of leaves, the whispering wind, the murmuring brook. Each sound was a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance that sustained life. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Aoibh felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. The changing colors of autumn were not only beautiful, but they were also a profound symbol of the cyclical nature of life, a reminder that every ending is a beginning, every loss a rebirth. She understood that life was not a straight line, but a continuous cycle, a continuous dance of change and growth. The lessons learned during the winter had prepared her for the serenity and acceptance of autumn, and that preparation would continue to strengthen her for all the seasons to come. The quiet reflection provided Aoibh with a new perspective, a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The falling leaves were not a symbol of death, but of transformation, a return to the earth to nourish the seeds of the next season's growth. The falling leaves were a testament to the cyclical nature of life, a reminder that change was not an enemy, but a necessary part of the continuous process of renewal. The cold winds of autumn were not a sign of approaching hardship, but rather a preparation for the quiet resilience needed to weather the coming winter. This understanding brought her a deep sense of peace. The anxieties of winter, the fears of scarcity, seemed distant now, replaced by a quiet confidence and a deep appreciation for the rhythm of life. She realized that the strength she'd found during the winter wasn't a fleeting thing, but a resilient seed planted deep within her heart, a seed that would grow and flourish through every season. This was not merely an understanding of nature, but of herself, of the human spirit's capacity for renewal. As she walked back towards the village, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, mirroring the colors of the fallen leaves beneath her feet. The air grew cooler, but Aoibh felt a warmth inside, a sense of profound peace and gratitude. She carried within her the wisdom of the changing seasons, the knowledge of the enduring power of resilience, and the unwavering flame of hope that would guide her through the coming winter and beyond. The song of renewal, once a whisper, now resonated within her, a powerful melody of acceptance, resilience, and the unwavering beauty of the cyclical dance of life. She knew that the winter would come, as it always did, but this time she was ready. She had learned the song, and now she would sing along with the wind, the trees, the flowing brook, and the earth itself. The rhythm of change would continue, and she would dance with it, step by step, season by season. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced, a continuous symphony of beauty and renewal, a song to be sung in every season. Preparing for winter, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of the village. A chill wind, sharper than the autumn breezes, whispered through the narrow alleyways, carrying the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. It was a wind that spoke of change, a wind that carried the promise and the threat of winter. But this year, the villagers weren't consumed by fear. The memory of Aoibh's journey and the lessons learned from the goddess Brigid resonated through the community, fostering a sense of quiet determination and shared purpose. The preparations for winter began with a quiet urgency. It wasn't the frantic scramble of previous years, driven by fear and uncertainty. This year, it was a coordinated effort, a community dance of preparedness. Women gathered in the village square, their laughter mingling with the rhythmic thud of mallets against wood as they mended clothes and repaired tools. The air hummed with the quiet industry of shared effort, a comforting counterpoint to the whistling wind. Aoibh, her face illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun, moved amongst them, her presence radiating a calm strength. She wasn't simply helping, she was guiding, sharing the wisdom gleaned from her own experience. Her leadership wasn't imposed, it was embraced, born from respect and shared understanding. The villagers knew that she spoke not from mere knowledge, but from a deep connection to the land and its cycles, a connection forged in the crucible of the previous winter. The men, meanwhile, were busy fortifying homes against the coming onslaught of snow and ice. They reinforced window frames, checked the integrity of roofs, and ensured that chimneys were clear. The rhythmic clang of hammers echoed through the village, a reassuring soundtrack to the preparations. Each task, however seemingly insignificant, was imbued with a sense of purpose, a recognition of their shared responsibility to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Aoibh visited each home, her keen eyes assessing the progress, offering practical advice and sharing words of encouragement. Her presence wasn't just supervisory, it was a source of inspiration, reminding everyone that their efforts, however small, contributed to the collective strength of the community. The gathering of supplies was a meticulous undertaking. Barrels were filled with preserved fruits and vegetables, harvested during the abundant summer and carefully preserved to ensure their longevity. Chests overflowed with dried herbs and spices, their fragrant aroma filling the air with the promise of warmth and sustenance. Grain was stored in carefully sealed containers, protected from the dampness and cold of the winter months. Each item, each provision, represented a tangible link to the cycle of life, a testament to the earth's bounty and the community's foresight. Aoibh meticulously oversaw this process, ensuring that nothing was overlooked, that each family had enough to sustain them through the long, dark months ahead. She understood the deep connection between security and well-being, and her actions mirrored this understanding. Beyond the practical preparations, there was also a sense of spiritual preparation. The village elder, a woman with eyes as deep and knowing as the ancient forests, led evening gatherings around a crackling fire. They shared stories of resilience and perseverance, passed down through generations, reminding everyone of their ancestors' ability to overcome adversity. These stories served not only as a historical record, but also as a source of strength and inspiration, weaving a powerful thread of connection between past, present, and future. Aoibh often joined these gatherings, adding her own narrative of the winter's lessons to the tapestry of oral tradition. She spoke not of hardship and fear, but of resilience, hope, and the unwavering strength of the human spirit. The children, initially apprehensive about the coming winter, watched and learned from the adults' actions, their initial anxieties gradually giving way to a growing sense of purpose and excitement. They helped in age-appropriate ways, collecting firewood, assisting with food preparation, and learning the traditional songs and stories that would sustain them through the long winter nights. They understood that their participation was essential to the community's resilience, and this understanding infused their tasks with a sense of collective responsibility and mutual support. Aoibh spent time with them, recounting her journey to Brigid's hearth, weaving fantastical tales of the goddess and the magical sparks that had awakened the land. These tales weren't mere entertainment. They served as metaphors, conveying the importance of hope and resilience in the face of adversity. As the days grew shorter and colder, the village transformed into a cozy haven, a sanctuary of warmth and community. The preparations weren't merely about gathering supplies and fortifying homes. They were about strengthening the bonds of community, reaffirming the shared responsibility for mutual well-being. Each act of preparation, whether it was mending clothes or sharing stories, was a testament to the resilience and adaptability of the human spirit. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Aoibh stood on a hill overlooking the village, watching the lights twinkling in the gathering dusk. The snow, softly falling, created a serene and calming effect, transforming the village into a fairy tale setting. She felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. The fear and uncertainty of previous winters were replaced by a quiet confidence and a deep appreciation for the unity and strength of her community. The preparations were complete, not just materially, but spiritually as well. The villagers were ready. They were not merely prepared for the winter, they were prepared for whatever challenges life would throw their way. The song of renewal, which had begun as a whisper in her heart, now echoed through the entire village, a testament to the power of hope, resilience, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The winter would come, but it wouldn't find them unprepared. It would find them together, stronger than ever before, ready to face the cold and darkness with the warmth of community and the unwavering flame of hope burning brightly in their hearts. The cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, once a concept, was now a lived experience, a shared rhythm that pulsed through the very heart of the village. And Aoibh, a key player in this remarkable transformation, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment. Her journey to Brigid's hearth hadn't just changed her life, it had changed her village, imbuing it with a spirit of resilience and unity that would endure through every season. The embers, legacy, the first snowfall, arrived like a whispered secret, soft and silent, blanketing the village in a pristine layer of white. It wasn't the harsh, brutal onslaught of winters past, but a gentle descent, a peaceful hush that settled over the landscape. The villagers, bundled in warm furs and woolen cloaks, emerged from their homes, their faces alight with a quiet joy. They weren't merely observing the snow, they were welcoming it, embracing the cyclical nature of life that the snow embodied. This winter, the snow felt different. It carried not the weight of fear, but the lightness of hope. Aoibh, standing at the edge of the village, watched the children gleefully building snowmen, their laughter echoing through the crisp, clean air. She saw the women sharing stories and laughter as they swept the snow from their doorsteps, their movements fluid and graceful, like a well-rehearsed dance. The men, their faces etched with a quiet satisfaction, checked the integrity of their homes, ensuring that each family was safe and warm. It was a community united not by fear of the winter, but by the warmth of their shared experience and the enduring flame of hope that burned in their hearts. The sacred ember kept burning brightly in the village hearth, became a central point of focus, a living symbol of hope and resilience. It wasn't just a source of warmth, it was a constant reminder of Aoibh's journey, a tangible link to the goddess Brigid and the transformative power of hope. Each evening, as darkness descended, the villagers gathered around the hearth, sharing stories, songs, and the warmth of their shared experiences. The flames danced and flickered, casting shifting shadows that played on their faces, creating an atmosphere of both intimacy and shared purpose. The children, their eyes wide with wonder, listened intently to tales of Brigid, her radiant smile, and the life-giving hymn that she had shared with Aoibh. They learned not just the story of the goddess, but the importance of nurturing the ember of hope within themselves, a flame that could illuminate even the darkest winter nights. These stories weren't mere fables. They were lessons in resilience, passed down through generations, providing a framework for understanding the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. The adults, too, found solace and strength in the flickering flames. They shared their own experiences of overcoming adversity, strengthening their bonds of community, and reminding themselves of the power of collective effort. The ember was not only a symbol of warmth and light, it represented the indomitable spirit of the community, the unwavering faith that they had in their ability to face whatever challenges winter might bring. The village elder, her wisdom etched on her face like the lines on an ancient oak tree, often sat by the hearth, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. She shared ancient songs, their melodies weaving tales of resilience and survival, their lyrics resonating with the shared experience of the community. These songs served as a powerful reminder of their connection to their ancestors, a link to the past that anchored them in the present and inspired them for the future. Aoibh, sitting beside her, often added her own experiences to the narrative, weaving the tale of her journey into the tapestry of the village's shared history. The legacy of Brigid's flame burned bright in every heart, illuminating the darkest corners of their lives. It wasn't merely a physical flame, it was a metaphor for the spirit of resilience that had taken root within the community. It was a reminder of the power of hope, the importance of collective effort, and the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of adversity. The villagers learned that true warmth came not just from a fire in the hearth, but from the warmth of shared experiences, from the bonds of community, and from the unwavering faith in each other. Throughout the winter, the ember served as a focal point, a reminder of the transformative power of hope. It was a symbol of their journey, a testament to their collective resilience, and a beacon of light that guided them through the long, dark nights. They learned that preparing for winter wasn't just a matter of gathering supplies, it was a spiritual journey as well, a reaffirmation of their shared values and their commitment to one another. As the days grew longer and the first signs of spring appeared, the sacred ember continued to burn, its flames now infused with a renewed sense of hope. The villagers celebrated the return of the light with joyous festivities, their hearts brimming with gratitude for their resilience and the strength of their community. The songs of renewal, once soft whispers, now echoed through the valley, carried on the gentle breeze, a testament to the enduring power of hope and the transformative power of community. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth, once a distant concept, was now a lived reality, a shared rhythm that pulsed through the heart of the village. The legacy of Brigid's flame continued to inspire them, not just as a reminder of the past, but as a beacon of hope for the future. They knew that challenges would still come, but they also knew that they possessed the resilience and unity to face them together. The sacred ember, a symbol of this hard-earned wisdom, remained a constant reminder of their journey, a testament to the unwavering power of hope, and a beacon illuminating the path towards a brighter future. Aoibh, watching the community flourish under the warm embrace of spring, knew that the song of renewal would continue to echo through the generations, a testament to the enduring power of human spirit and the transformative magic of a single ember. The story, once a personal journey, had become a shared legacy, enriching the lives of everyone in the village, creating a vibrant tapestry of interconnectedness that would continue to thrive in the years to come. This was the true legacy of the ember, a fire that burned not just in the hearth, but in the hearts of everyone who had learned the lesson of hope, resilience, and unity. The village, transformed by the experience, stood as a testament to the power of faith and the enduring spirit of community. The lessons learned from the winter's embrace had touched every aspect of their lives. Their interactions were no longer simply interactions. They were a dance of mutual respect and understanding, a testament to the strength that comes from unity. The children played together with a newfound appreciation for their community, understanding their interconnectedness and shared responsibility in maintaining the village's well-being. They had come to understand the ebb and flow of life, not as something to be feared, but as a beautiful rhythm that guided them through the seasons of their lives. The women, having faced adversity shoulder to shoulder, now shared a deep bond of understanding and mutual support. Their collective strength was more than the sum of their individual capabilities. It was a force of nature capable of weathering any storm. They had found not only sustenance for their bodies, but also nourishment for their souls. The men, their hands calloused from toil, worked with a renewed sense of purpose and shared responsibility. The rhythmic clang of their hammers, once a symbol of individual labor, now echoed a symphony of collective effort, a melody of mutual support and shared purpose. They no longer merely built houses, they built a future for their community, a future built on the foundations of resilience, faith, and unity. The village elder, the keeper of the community's history and traditions, watched over this metamorphosis with eyes filled with pride and quiet joy. She saw the transformation of a community once riddled with fear and uncertainty into a beacon of hope and resilience. She knew that this transformation wasn't a mere coincidence. It was a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the magic that can bloom from the embers of hope. And Aoibh, she was no longer just a young girl who carried embers to a goddess's hearth. She was a symbol of hope, a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a leader who had guided her community through the darkest of times, leading them to an understanding of community that extended beyond the confines of winter's embrace. The warmth of the hearth, the flame of Brigid's blessing, and the lessons of the winter's trial would forever be woven into the fabric of their lives, a vibrant tapestry reminding them of their strength, their resilience, and their enduring spirit. The legacy of the ember, once a simple flame, had become a beacon, illuminating the path to a brighter future, a future built on the foundation of unity, resilience, and the enduring power of hope. The song of renewal, once a whisper, now echoed in the laughter of children, the shared stories of adults, and the comforting rhythm of life within the village, a testament to the extraordinary transformation sparked by a single ember, a season of gratitude. The first frost kissed the pumpkin vines, their once vibrant orange now dulled, a gentle surrender to the encroaching cold. But the villagers didn't mourn the passing of autumn. Instead, they celebrated its bounty. The harvest had been plentiful, a testament to the hard work and shared effort of the entire community. Each family contributed to the communal stores, their baskets overflowing with root vegetables, plump apples, and jars brimming with preserves, a tangible representation of their collective success. This year, the feeling of gratitude wasn't merely a sentiment, it was a palpable force, a warm current flowing through the veins of the village. It wasn't just gratitude for the harvest, but for the strength of their community, forged in the fires of shared experiences. They were grateful for Aoibh, whose bravery had ignited not only the hearth of Brigid, but the spirit of their community itself. Her journey became a shared narrative, a testament to the power of hope, a story whispered from hearth to hearth, reinforcing their unity. The children spoke of her courage, mimicking her determined steps as they played in the falling leaves. The adults praised her wisdom, recalling her resilience as they tended their dwindling gardens. The feeling of gratitude extended beyond the physical realm. It permeated their very being, infusing their interactions with a sense of profound appreciation. Simple gestures of kindness, a shared loaf of bread, a helping hand with chores, a shared smile, took on a new significance, each act a profound expression of gratitude for their communal bonds. The evenings, once filled with the quiet anticipation of the coming winter, now resonated with the gentle hum of appreciation. Stories were shared, not just of the past year's accomplishments, but of the enduring human spirit, of the capacity for hope, even amidst hardship. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the spirit of gratitude. It infused their daily routines, turning ordinary tasks into acts of devotion. The preparation for winter, once a chore, became a solemn ritual, each task imbued with the knowledge that they were preparing not only for survival, but for the continuation of their shared legacy. The women worked together, weaving tapestries that depicted the harvest, their nimble fingers creating vibrant reminders of the past season's abundance. Their laughter filled the air, not merely a sound of mirth, but a symphony of gratitude for their shared effort and mutual support. The men, too, felt the weight of gratitude. They reinforced the village walls, their actions a silent acknowledgement of the shelter they provided. Their hammering echoed through the village, not as mere labor, but as a harmonious rhythm of communal gratitude, a tribute to their shared responsibility in safeguarding their community. They mended tools, sharpened axes, and readied the equipment for the winter ahead. each action a silent vow to ensure the well-being of their community. The village elder, a living embodiment of the village's history and traditions, sat by the hearth, her face etched with wisdom and contentment. She recounted ancient tales of resilience and gratitude, stories that had been passed down through generations, illustrating the importance of community and the enduring power of hope. Her words resonated with a depth that transcended time, strengthening the bonds of their community and reaffirming their collective belief in the power of gratitude. The children listened with rapt attention, their eyes mirroring the flickering flames, absorbing the essence of their heritage and understanding the importance of remembering and appreciating the past. As the days shortened and the first snowflakes began to fall, the village was not consumed by fear, but embraced by a profound sense of gratitude. They were grateful for the lessons learned, for the strength they had found, and for the enduring spirit that had enabled them to overcome adversity. The winter approached not as an enemy, but as a season of reflection, a time to appreciate their collective achievements and to strengthen the bonds that held their community together. The gratitude they felt was not passive, it was an active force, shaping their actions and interactions. They offered help to those less fortunate, their generosity a testament to their heartfelt appreciation. They shared their knowledge and skills, teaching the younger generations the importance of cooperation and shared responsibility, ensuring that the spirit of gratitude would be passed down through the generations. The children, who had been captivated by Aoibh's tale, began to act as messengers of gratitude. They helped the elder women with chores, their small hands offering assistance with unwavering enthusiasm. They ran errands for their neighbors, their small acts of kindness spreading waves of gratitude through the community. They learned that gratitude was not just a feeling, but a powerful tool that could strengthen their community and enrich their lives. The spirit of gratitude even extended to the animals. The villagers cared for their livestock with an extra measure of care, acknowledging their contribution to the community's well-being. They repaired the fences and ensured that their animals were safe and comfortable, expressing their gratitude for their contribution to their survival. The animals seemed to sense this change, their gentle eyes reflecting the villagers' gratitude, strengthening the unspoken bond between human and animal. The nights were long, but filled with the warmth of shared stories and the glow of the hearth fire, a beacon of hope and gratitude. The villagers shared their experiences, their hopes, and their fears, forging a deeper understanding and strengthening their bonds. The flames danced and flickered, casting an ethereal light on their faces, symbolizing the resilience and unwavering spirit of their community. The gratitude they felt was not just a fleeting emotion, but a fundamental value that guided their actions and choices. It fostered an environment of mutual respect, where each individual felt valued and appreciated for their contribution. Their collective spirit was strengthened, their unity deepened, and their resilience fortified. As the winter deepened, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the village in a pristine layer of white. The villagers did not cower before its power. Instead, they welcomed the snow as a blanket of quiet contemplation. The snowy landscape reflected their tranquil hearts, reflecting their inner gratitude for the strength of their unity and shared spirit. The long nights were filled with the humming of gratitude. The women, huddled around the hearth, shared stories of their ancestors, their voices low and resonant, recounting tales of hardship overcome, of resilience in the face of adversity. These stories were not mere fables. They were lessons in gratitude, reminders of the enduring power of the human spirit, illustrations of how, even in the harshest of times, there was always something to be grateful for. The men, their work done for the day, sat around the hearth with their families, sharing simple meals and heartfelt conversations. The warmth of the fire and the closeness of their loved ones intensified their gratitude. They reminisced about the past year's harvest, the laughter, and the shared efforts. The men's gratitude was not simply for the material wealth of the harvest, but for the unity it had fostered among them. Their shared effort and mutual respect. The children, captivated by these stories and the shared warmth, learned valuable lessons about gratitude. They observed the actions and interactions of their elders, understanding the power of appreciation and the importance of kindness. These lessons were not merely imparted, they were lived and shared, creating a cycle of gratitude that permeated every aspect of their lives. As the winter solstice approached, the village prepared for the darkest night of the year. Instead of fear, they felt a profound sense of gratitude for the light they had carried within them throughout the year, a light sustained by their shared experiences, their community spirit, and their unwavering faith in each other. They knew that even in the darkest hours, The warmth of their gratitude would keep them safe and strong. The longest night was met not with fear, but with a quiet celebration of gratitude. They shared stories of the past year, their voices filled with appreciation. They ate together, savoring the bounty of their harvest. They sang songs of resilience, their voices weaving a tapestry of shared hope. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the winter darkness, they felt a renewed sense of gratitude, a feeling that transcended the mere sustenance of their bodies. It nourished their souls. The winter, once seen as a period of scarcity and struggle, now transformed into a season of reflection, a time to renew their commitment to their community and to cultivate the invaluable spirit of gratitude. The villagers knew that their gratitude would help them to overcome the challenges of the year ahead, just as it had done in the past. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth, once a distant concept, was now a lived reality, deeply ingrained in their communal consciousness. The song of renewal, once a fragile whisper, had strengthened into a resounding anthem, celebrating the power of human spirit and the transformative magic of a shared feeling of gratitude. Winter's embrace. The snow fell, a soft, relentless whisper against the thatched roofs and frosted window panes. This winter, however, felt different. The biting chill remained, a constant reminder of the season's power, but it no longer held the same sting. A quiet confidence settled over the village, a calm assurance that did not stem from a naive optimism, but from a deep-seated understanding of resilience forged in the fires of the previous year. The fear that had once shadowed the coming of winter had retreated, replaced by a peaceful anticipation, a gentle humming of hope that resonated in every heart. The villagers, huddled together in their homes, were not consumed by the cold. They were warmed by a different kind of fire, the ember of hope, burning brightly within their community. The long evenings, once filled with anxious whispers about dwindling supplies and the harshness of the coming months, were now illuminated by the soft glow of hearth fires and the radiant warmth of shared stories. Aoibh's journey, the embers she carried to Brigid's hearth, had become more than just a tale. It had become a symbol of their collective strength, a testament to the enduring power of hope. Each evening, the village elder, her face etched with the wisdom of countless winters, gathered the children around the hearth. She did not tell them frightening tales of frost giants or malicious spirits, but shared stories of the village's history, tales woven with threads of perseverance and resilience. She spoke of past winters, equally harsh and unforgiving, and how their ancestors had faced them with courage and unwavering faith in the cyclical nature of life, a cycle of death and rebirth, of winter's slumber and spring's awakening. These weren't simply stories of survival, they were lessons in hope, imbued with the knowledge that even the longest night must eventually give way to dawn. The children listened, mesmerized by the flickering flames and the elder's soothing voice, absorbing not just the narratives, but the underlying message that even in the deepest darkness, the ember of hope remains, waiting to be kindled into a bright, life-giving flame. The adults, too, found solace and strength in their shared experiences. They gathered in small groups, their voices low and warm as they recounted the events of the past year, the challenges overcome, the triumphs celebrated, the bonds forged in the crucible of hardship. These weren't boastful reminiscences. They were quiet acknowledgments of their collective resilience, each story a testament to the power of community and shared effort. The women, their fingers nimble despite the cold, continued their intricate work, weaving tapestries that depicted the harvest, their vibrant colors a testament to their enduring spirit. Their laughter echoed through the village, not a sound of frivolous merriment, but a joyous affirmation of their strength and resilience. They shared recipes passed down through generations, their kitchens filled with the aromas of warming stews and spiced breads, each dish a symbol of their enduring connection to the earth and to each other. The men, their hands calloused and strong from years of hard work, repaired tools, sharpened axes, and mended the village fences. Their actions were not mere preparations for the winter. They were acts of devotion, a silent promise of protection and security. They shared stories of the hunt, their voices conveying not just the thrill of the chase, but the gratitude for the bounty provided by nature. Each evening, as they gathered around the hearth, they reaffirmed their commitment to their community, their unity strengthened by the shared experiences of the past year. The children, no longer afraid of the encroaching darkness, played games of imagination, their laughter echoing through the snow-covered streets. They reenacted Aoibh's journey, mimicking her determined steps through the frosted forest, their voices carrying the echoes of her unwavering courage. They understood implicitly that hope was not just a passive feeling, but an active force, a driving power that could help them overcome any obstacle. Even the animals seemed to sense the change. The villagers' compassion extended to their livestock, ensuring that their animals were sheltered and well fed. The horses whinnied softly, their coats thick and glossy, a testament to the care they received. The sheep huddled together, their bleating less anxious, reflecting the tranquility that permeated the village. The bond between the villagers and the animals strengthened, a silent acknowledgement of their interdependence and mutual reliance. As the winter solstice approached, the villagers gathered for a communal celebration, not a somber acknowledgement of the shortest day, but a joyous affirmation of the light they carried within their hearts. They sang ancient hymns, their voices soaring through the night, invoking Brigid, the goddess of hearth and home, and thanking her for her guidance and protection. They shared a feast of winter fare, their laughter filling the air, a counterpoint to the howling wind. They understood that the darkness was temporary, that the promise of spring was unwavering, and that their collective strength would see them through the longest night. The heart of the village pulsed with a shared sense of anticipation. The ember of hope, once a fragile flicker, had grown into a roaring fire, warming their bodies and souls. They were no longer merely surviving. They were thriving, their community strengthened by their shared experience, their resilience fortified by their unwavering faith in each other and the cyclical nature of life. The days following the solstice gradually lengthened. The snow, while still abundant, held a different quality. Its pristine white seemed less harsh, more serene. The lengthening daylight hours brought a renewed sense of hope, a gradual awakening from winter's embrace. The villagers continued to gather, sharing their warmth, their stories, their strength. The spring equinox was still distant, but they felt its approach, a subtle shift in the air, a promise whispered on the wind. The birds, sensing the change, began their courtship songs. The very air hummed with a sense of anticipation, a shared feeling of rebirth and renewal. The winter's grip was loosening. The ember of hope, once cautiously tended, now blazed brightly, a beacon of warmth against the lingering cold. The village, blanketed in snow, was not a picture of despair, but one of quiet confidence. The villagers knew that spring would return. They had weathered the storm, and they were ready for the renewal. The winter had tested their strength, but it had also revealed the depth of their spirit, the enduring power of their community, and the warmth of their shared hope, the quiet hum of gratitude, the gentle murmur of anticipation, and the unwavering flame of hope created an atmosphere of peaceful strength, promising a vibrant and bountiful spring. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, their hearts filled with the unwavering ember of hope. Aoibh's wisdom, the lengthening days, brought with them not only the melting snow, but also the return of Aoibh. Her face, though still touched with the lingering frost of her journey, held a radiant glow that surpassed the warmth of any hearth fire. She carried with her not just the memory of Brigid's blessing, but also a deep well of wisdom gleaned from her encounter with the goddess and the transformative power of the sacred flame. The village children, their eyes bright with anticipation, gathered around her as she sat by the central fire, the embers crackling like whispered secrets. They were eager to hear more about her adventure, about the frosted forests and the radiant goddess. But Aoibh, sensing their deeper need, did not recount her journey in the way they might have expected. Instead, she began to weave tales, not merely of her own experience, but of the enduring spirit of their people, of the cyclical nature of life, and of the unwavering ember of hope that resided within each of them. The winter's chill, she began, her voice as soft as the falling snow, is a test, not a punishment. It is a time of quiet reflection, a time to gather strength for the coming spring. Just as the seeds lie dormant beneath the frozen earth, waiting for the warmth of the sun, so too do we carry within us the promise of renewal. She told them stories of the ancient Celts, of their resilience in the face of harsh winters, and their deep connection to the land. She spoke of their reverence for Brigid, the goddess who embodies not only the warmth of the hearth, but also the transformative power of creativity and inspiration. Aoibh described how the Celts honored the cycles of life, understanding that even the darkest night must eventually give way to dawn, that winter slumber is but a prelude to spring's awakening. Her narratives were not simply myths or legends. They were living lessons. She spoke of a time long past when a terrible famine had gripped the land, leaving the villagers weakened and despairing. The elders, she explained, had not succumbed to despair, but had instead relied on their shared knowledge of herbal remedies, their ingenuity in finding alternative food sources, and their unwavering faith in the cyclical nature of life. They had planted seeds, even though the ground remained frozen, nurtured their remaining livestock, with extraordinary care and had held fast to their community, sharing what little they had with selfless generosity. Their resilience, Aoibh emphasized, had not been born of blind optimism, but from a deep understanding of the cyclical nature of nature itself, death leading inevitably to rebirth. The embers of hope, Aoibh continued, are like the seeds buried deep within the earth. They may appear dormant during the winter, but they are alive, waiting for the right moment to sprout. She spoke of a young woman, a shepherdess named Ymir, who had lost her entire flock in a blizzard. Ymir, grief-stricken and alone, had been tempted to give up, but she remembered the stories of her ancestors, the lessons of resilience she had learned since childhood. She had cleaned her small cottage, mended her clothes, and spent the long nights tending to her small remaining goats. She learned from the resilience of her animals, learning from their quiet endurance. Eventually, Ymir's neighbors, seeing her quiet fortitude, rallied around her. They provided her with food, support, and kind words, reminding her that she was not alone. In time, she rebuilt her life and her flock. Ymir's story, Aoibh emphasized, was a testament to the importance of inner strength, the unwavering belief in oneself, even amidst overwhelming challenges. Another story recounted the bravery of a young boy named Liam, who, during a fierce storm, had navigated treacherous mountain paths to reach a neighboring village for help. He had faced blizzards, icy rivers, and sheer cliffs, driven by his unwavering commitment to his family and community. His story, Aoibh explained, demonstrated the power of courage and the strength that comes from serving others. She spoke of the importance of community and the power of shared effort. She related tales of how, throughout history, the villagers had faced countless hardships, but had always emerged stronger because of their willingness to support each other, to share their resources, and to celebrate their shared triumphs. Aoibh's stories resonated with the children. They saw themselves reflected in the characters she portrayed. The shepherdess who found strength in her adversity, the boy who faced danger with courage, the villagers who supported one another through hardship. They understood that resilience wasn't simply about surviving, it was about thriving, about embracing change, about finding hope, even in the darkest of times. Aoibh's words became a beacon, illuminating the path toward courage, self-belief, and a deep connection to the cyclical rhythms of life. They learned that every winter however harsh, must inevitably give way to the promise of spring, and that the ember of hope, carefully nurtured, will always find a way to blaze brightly. She showed them how to identify the embers within themselves, moments of kindness, acts of courage, small acts of generosity. Each one was a tiny flame, waiting to be fanned into a larger fire. She taught them simple rituals to nurture this inner flame, acts of gratitude, expressions of compassion, the sharing of stories and laughter. Aoibh's wisdom was not just a collection of myths and legends, it was a practical guide to navigating life's challenges. She taught the children the importance of observation, encouraging them to learn from the natural world, from the resilience of plants and animals that survive even the harshest winters. She encouraged them to find beauty in the simplest things, the delicate patterns of frost on the windows, the intricate designs of snowflakes, the quiet strength of a towering oak tree. She emphasized the significance of community, of shared effort, of celebrating the small triumphs as well as the larger ones. She reminded them that even in the face of adversity, their inherent goodness, their strength, and their unwavering hope would always guide them towards the light. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the snow-covered village, Aoibh concluded her tales. The children, their hearts filled with warmth and inspiration, dispersed to their homes, carrying with them not only the stories she had shared, but also the unwavering flame of hope she had ignited within them. The embers of hope, once a faint flicker, now burned brightly within the hearts of the young, promising a future as radiant and resilient as the spring that would soon follow. Their village, once again, was not just surviving the winter, it was thriving, preparing for a vibrant rebirth, fueled by the enduring strength of its people and the unwavering flame of their shared hope. The cycle continued, unbroken, a testament to the wisdom of Aoibh and the enduring power of the human spirit. The lessons learned that evening would carry them through countless winters to come, a legacy of hope passed from generation to generation. The enduring flame, the smallest ember, glowing faintly in the heart of the hearth, held a significance far beyond its size. It was not just any ember, it was one of Brigid's own, a fragment of the sacred fire that had thawed the frozen land and awakened the first blossoms of spring. Aoibh, with the reverence born of her transformative journey, carefully tended the ember, keeping it alive with gentle breaths of air and the occasional, carefully placed piece of dried wood. This tiny flame became a symbol, a tangible representation of the enduring spirit that had flourished within her during her time with the goddess. The ember was not meant to be a solitary flame, burning brightly only for Aoibh's benefit. It was a beacon destined to be shared, to ignite a similar fire in the hearts of others. Aoibh understood this implicitly. The warmth she felt emanating from the hearth was not merely physical, it was a profound sense of connection, a shared experience of resilience and hope. As she carefully tended the ember, she began to think of ways to share its warmth. She started by sharing the stories from her journey, not just recounting the literal events, but emphasizing the deeper meaning that resided within them. She shared the tales with the elders of the village, respected for their wisdom and their enduring connection to the land. Their seasoned hearts understood the language of embers, of resilience, of the cyclical nature of life. They saw in the flame not just a tangible symbol, but a reflection of the ever-revolving wheel of the seasons, of birth and death, of hardship and renewal. The elders, in turn, shared their own stories, tales passed down through generations, stories of hardship and triumph, of winters endured and springs celebrated. Each story was a testament to the enduring human spirit, each a reminder that even the coldest winter must eventually yield to the warmth of the sun. They spoke of ancestors who had faced famines and plagues, who had lost loved ones to war and disease, yet who had somehow managed to rebuild their lives, to preserve their culture, to keep the flame of hope alive within their community. Their stories intertwined with Aoibh's, enriching her understanding of the deep roots of resilience, the way in which it was passed from one generation to the next. It was not a gift bestowed upon individuals, but a collective inheritance, a shared responsibility. The ember, they agreed, represented this shared heritage. Its flickering light was a reflection of the combined strength and perseverance of their people. Aoibh, inspired by their wisdom, began to teach the children of the village about the power of the ember. She didn't just show them the glowing coals, but encouraged them to seek the inner embers within themselves, those sparks of courage, kindness, and compassion that resided within each of their hearts. She taught them how to recognize these embers, how to nurture them, and how to share their warmth with others. She devised simple rituals and games to help the children understand the concept of resilience. They would build small fires, carefully tending to the flames, mimicking the care needed to preserve their own inner strength. They would tell stories, exchanging experiences, and learning from each other's resilience, sharing moments of triumph and setbacks, understanding that these formed part of the larger tapestry of life. Through these activities, the children learned that strength wasn't born of invincibility, but from the ability to overcome challenges, to learn from mistakes, and to support each other through difficulties. The ember became a focal point for the village community, a unifying symbol of shared experience. They gathered around it, not just for warmth, but for fellowship, for storytelling, for the sharing of laughter and tears, for the acknowledgement of both triumphs and setbacks. The ember's light became a catalyst for connection, strengthening the bonds between villagers, fostering a sense of belonging, and reminding them that they were not alone in their journey through life's cycles. It was a living testament to the power of community, a living embodiment of hope and resilience. The tradition of tending the ember was passed down through generations, carefully nurtured and maintained. Each year, on the anniversary of Aoibh's return, a special ceremony was held. The children, now grown adults, would bring their own embers, kindled by the original flame, to add to the hearth. The flames mingled and danced, a vibrant testament to the continuous cycle of life, death, and renewal. It was a ritual that reinforced the significance of resilience, of community, and of the enduring flame of hope that burned within the hearts of every villager. The original ember, a tiny spark from Brigid's hearth, had become a legacy, a symbol of hope and perseverance, a reminder of the transformative power of a single act of kindness, a shared journey, and the unwavering belief in the cyclical nature of life, and the certainty that even the darkest winter must eventually give way to the light of spring. Its glow, passed down through generations, served as a beacon, illuminating the path toward a future filled with resilience, compassion, and the unwavering belief that even in the face of adversity, the flame of hope will always find a way to burn brightly. The story of the ember and the lessons it conveyed became an integral part of the village's identity, a testament to their enduring strength and the power of their collective spirit. The flame itself was a living testament, a vibrant symbol of the unwavering hope that would light their way season after season, year after year, generation after generation. Years passed, decades turned into centuries, and the village, nestled safely within its valley, continued to thrive. The story of Aoibh, the glowing ember, and the lessons of resilience were woven into the fabric of their lives, passed down through countless generations of storytellers. Children, grandchildren, and their descendants learned the tales beside the hearth fire, their eyes mirroring the dancing flames, each spark a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and the power of hope, preserved not just in history, but in the living flame itself, a vibrant testament to the enduring flame that burned brightly in their hearts, a beacon guiding them through every winter, promising the warmth and light of a new spring. The enduring flame was more than just a symbol. It was a living testament to the cyclical nature of life, a reminder that even the harshest winters eventually give way to the promise of spring. It was a testament to the power of community, of shared experiences, and the unwavering belief in hope, a beacon that guided their people through the darkness towards the light of a brighter future. And so, the ember burned on, its flickering light a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, a legacy of resilience passed down from generation to generation, a symbol of hope that never faded, always promising renewal and rebirth. Even in the face of winter's bitter chill, the flame continued to flicker and dance, a reminder that within each heart, no matter how small, a spark of hope always exists, waiting to be ignited, nurtured, and shared with the world, a legacy of light, a legacy of resilience, a legacy of hope, passed down through time, generation after generation. The promise of spring, the longest night of winter, finally yielded, its icy grip loosening its hold on the land. The villagers, who had endured the cold months with stoic resilience, felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that spoke of impending thaw. It wasn't just the lengthening days, although the sun's arc across the sky did seem to hold a newfound strength. It was something deeper, a collective sense of anticipation that pulsed through the tightly knit community, the promise of spring, a promise as old as time itself, resonated in their hearts, a silent hymn of hope sung on the wind. The children, who had spent the winter months huddled close to the hearth fire, listening to stories of bygone winters and the unwavering return of spring, felt the change most keenly. Their laughter, previously muted by the cold, now rang out with renewed vigor. They chased each other across the snow-dusted fields, their faces flushed with the exertion and the burgeoning joy of the approaching season. The air itself seemed to hum with their energy, a vibrant counterpoint to the stillness of the winter landscape. The elders, weathered and wise, observed the children's exuberance with quiet smiles. They had witnessed countless winters come and go, each a testament to the cyclical nature of life. They knew that the harsh realities of winter were but a prelude to the vibrant abundance of spring, a temporary setback in the grand tapestry of existence. They shared their knowledge with the younger generations, imparting ancient wisdom through carefully chosen words and patient guidance. The stories they told were not merely tales of the past, but living lessons passed down through generations, each word imbued with the weight of experience and the unwavering belief in the return of spring. They spoke of the land's awakening, of the earth unfurling its tender shoots, of birds returning from their southern migrations to fill the air with their songs. They described the vibrant colors that would soon paint the hillsides, the sweet scent of blossoms carried on the gentle breeze, and the joyous songs that would celebrate the return of warmth and light. The preparations for spring commenced with a quiet intensity. The villagers, working together with a shared purpose, began to tend their fields and gardens. The tools, dormant through the winter months, were sharpened and oiled, their metallic surfaces gleaming under the increasing sunlight. Seeds, carefully stored since the previous autumn, were examined, their potential for growth a tangible symbol of hope. The very act of preparing for the coming season was a shared ritual, a collective expression of faith in the cycle of life and the enduring promise of renewal. The air, previously crisp and biting, began to soften, losing some of its icy edge. The snow, which had once blanketed the landscape in a thick, impenetrable layer, began to melt, revealing the dark, fertile earth beneath. The first tentative signs of life began to appear, tiny green shoots pushing their way through the thawing ground, brave harbingers of the approaching spring. These small miracles were greeted with joy, their delicate beauty a testament to the land's enduring resilience. The community's unity strengthened as they collectively anticipated the arrival of spring. The shared experience of overcoming winter's challenges had drawn them closer, forging a bond of shared resilience. They supported one another, offering help and encouragement, recognizing that their individual strength was amplified by their collective efforts. The spirit of cooperation permeated every aspect of their lives, from tending the fields to sharing stories around the hearth fire. The ember, still glowing faintly in Aoibh's care, became a tangible representation of this shared hope. It was no longer merely a symbol of resilience, it was a beacon of unity, a focal point for the community's collective anticipation. The flickering flame was a mirror to their hearts, reflecting the shared hope that pulsed through their lives. Evenings were spent around the hearth, not only for warmth, but for storytelling, sharing dreams for the coming season, and reinforcing the bonds of community. The children, inspired by Aoibh's journey and the elders' wisdom, began to weave new stories, incorporating the themes of resilience and renewal into their narratives. Their youthful imaginations, fueled by the promise of spring, blossomed into creative expressions of hope and joy. The preparations for the spring festival commenced, each task undertaken with enthusiasm and shared purpose. Elaborate decorations were made from natural materials, woven branches, brightly colored flowers, and intricately crafted bird figures. The villagers, each contributing their unique talents, worked together with infectious energy, their collective spirit transforming the village into a vibrant display of anticipation. The music of the season began to fill the air. Simple instruments made from readily available materials were played, their melodies echoing the sentiments of hope and renewal. Songs of spring, ancient and new, were sung, their lyrics carrying the weight of generations of experience, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and its capacity to inspire. The very sounds of the village resonated with the collective joy of the approaching season. The food prepared for the festival, gathered and made with care, also reflected the abundance that spring promised. The flavors of the season were celebrated, each dish a reminder of the bounty of the land and the importance of shared sustenance. The act of preparing and sharing the food was another ritual, a way of expressing gratitude for the cycle of life and of nurturing the bonds of community. As the day of the spring festival finally arrived, the entire village was bathed in a warm golden light, as if the very sun was shining its blessing upon their celebrations. The villagers, adorned in their finest clothes and carrying offerings for the goddess Brigid, gathered in the village square. The air buzzed with excitement, the sounds of laughter and music mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread and blooming flowers. Aoibh, standing beside the elders, watched the vibrant scene unfold, her heart filled with a deep sense of belonging and gratitude. The ceremony began, its rituals honoring the past and anticipating the future. Offerings were made, prayers were recited, and stories were shared, their words weaving together the threads of the past and the present. weaving a tapestry of resilience, hope, and the enduring promise of renewal. The air crackled with energy, a palpable sense of connection to the land, to the ancestors, and to one another. The ember, placed at the center of the gathering, flickered warmly, reflecting the light of the sun and the warmth within the hearts of the community. The spring festival was a culmination, a celebratory affirmation of their journey through winter and a collective embrace of the promise of spring. It was a testament to the power of community, to the resilience of the human spirit, and to the enduring hope that blossoms anew with each passing season. It was a celebration of life, a joyous acknowledgement of the cyclical nature of existence, and a reaffirmation of their unwavering belief that even the harshest winter must eventually yield to the warmth of spring, leaving behind a renewed landscape of life, hope, and the enduring promise of a brighter future. The vibrant energy of the festival echoed in their hearts, a testament to the enduring human spirit, a legacy passed down through generations, a testament to the power of hope, a promise carried on the gentle breeze, as the warmth of spring infused the very soul of their community. The flame of hope, kindled in the heart of winter, now burned brightly, a beacon illuminating the path towards a future renewed and reborn. The cycle's end and beginning. The final embers of the spring festival faded into the twilight, leaving behind a lingering warmth in the hearts of the villagers. The air, still vibrant with the echoes of laughter and music, gradually settled into a peaceful stillness, the quiet hum of contentment replacing the exuberant energy of the day. The decorations, crafted with such care and affection, remained a testament to the spirit of the celebration, their vibrant colors slowly fading under the deepening shadows. Aoibh, nestled within the warmth of her family's home, felt the afterglow of the festival radiating within her. The experience had been transformative, leaving an indelible mark on her young soul. The journey to Brigid's hearth, the encounter with the goddess, and the shared experience of the spring festival had interwoven themselves into the fabric of her being, shaping her understanding of the world and her place within it. She carried within her a newfound sense of purpose, a deep understanding of the cyclical nature of life, and a profound appreciation for the strength and resilience of the human spirit. The glowing ember, carefully tended throughout the winter, now seemed to hold a different significance. It was no longer merely a symbol of hope. It was a tangible representation of her own inner strength, a testament to her ability to overcome adversity and to nurture the flame of resilience within herself and others. She had learned that even the smallest spark of hope, carefully nurtured, could ignite a flame capable of thawing the coldest winter and bringing forth the warmth of spring. The days that followed were filled with the gentle unfolding of spring. The snow, which had once reigned supreme, retreated gradually, revealing the fertile earth beneath. The landscape, once stark and barren, was now awakening, transforming into a vibrant tapestry of life. Tiny green shoots emerged from the thawing soil, delicate and brave, pushing their way into the sunlight. Birds, returning from their southern migrations, filled the air with their melodious songs, their cheerful chirps, a soundtrack to the season's rebirth. Aoibh, along with the other children of the village, explored the changing landscape. With wide-eyed wonder, they discovered hidden streams, their waters now flowing freely, and blossoming flowers, their vibrant colors, a feast for the eyes. The air, once crisp and biting, was now filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the earthy scent of freshly turned soil. The world around them vibrated with life, a testament to the enduring power of renewal. One morning, while venturing into a secluded grove, Aoibh stumbled upon a sight that filled her heart with a profound sense of awe. Pushing its way through a patch of melting snow, a single snowdrop emerged, its delicate white petals unfurling in the gentle sunlight. It was a solitary blossom, yet it held a power that resonated far beyond its diminutive size. It was a symbol of hope, a testament to the resilience of life, a tangible representation of the eternal cycle of renewal. The sight of the snowdrop, fragile yet tenacious, became a powerful image for Aoibh. It encapsulated the essence of her journey, the strength she had discovered within herself, and the enduring power of hope. The delicate flower mirrored the community's perseverance through the harsh winter and their collective celebration of spring's arrival. It was a living embodiment of the ancient wisdom passed down through generations, a testament to the cyclical nature of life, the constant return of spring after winter, the unwavering promise of renewal. The snowdrop's story, Aoibh realized, was not unique. Every flower that pushed through the thawing earth, every bird that sang its cheerful melody, every green shoot that reached for the sun, each was a testament to the cycle of life, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, hope endures. The snowdrop was a microcosm of the larger world, a symbol of the eternal dance between winter and spring, between darkness and light, between despair and hope. Aoibh carried the image of the snowdrop within her heart, a constant reminder of the resilience of life and the enduring power of hope. It became a source of strength, a beacon guiding her through the challenges that lie ahead. She knew that even in the darkest of winters, the promise of spring, like the snowdrop, would always emerge, a testament to the unwavering cycle of life, a symbol of eternal renewal. The villagers, too, carried the image of the snowdrop within their hearts, its delicate beauty echoing the strength they had discovered within themselves and their community. The Spring Festival, with its vibrant celebration of renewal, had become a pivotal moment in their lives, reinforcing their shared resilience and deepening their bonds of community. They continued to support each other, sharing stories and wisdom, weaving together the threads of their experiences and creating a tapestry of shared hope. The children of the village, inspired by Aoibb's journey and the elders' wisdom, created their own stories, incorporating the themes of resilience and renewal into their narratives. They used natural materials such as leaves, twigs, and colorful stones to create vibrant illustrations for their tales. Their creations mirrored the beauty and wonder of the natural world, reflecting their deep connection to the land and their appreciation for the cyclical nature of life. The story of Aoibh and the glowing ember became a cherished tale within the village, passed down through generations, its message of resilience and hope resonating through the years. The tale of the snowdrop, a symbol of hope and renewal, was woven into their cultural heritage, a reminder of their shared journey and their unwavering belief in the power of community. The story served as a testament to the enduring human spirit, the capacity for hope and resilience, even in the face of adversity. It was a reminder that even the harshest winter must eventually yield to the warmth of spring, a promise renewed with each passing season, a symbol of the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The story of Aoibh became a living legacy, carried on the wind, a whispered promise of hope, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome adversity, to find strength in community, and to nurture the flame of hope within themselves and others. The tale echoed with the gentle sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the murmur of the stream, weaving a symphony of hope and resilience that reverberated through the generations. resonating in the hearts of those who heard it. A timeless story of hope, resilience, and the eternal cycle of life. The memory of the glowing ember, the journey through the winter, and the triumphant arrival of spring would forever be etched in their memories, a story told and retold, its message of hope and resilience continuing to inspire generations to come. The single snowdrop, a tiny symbol of hope, had blossomed into a legacy of strength and renewal, a testament to the eternal cycle of life, and a powerful reminder that even the longest winter must eventually give way to the warmth and beauty of spring.